Good evening. It is Monday, February 12th. Someone's got feedback. And this is a meeting of the Southborough Planning Board. The Planning Board is now in session. The first item on the agenda is a discussion item, minor site plan approval, 264 Corderville Road. Karina, you want to update us?
All right, the last planning board meeting where this was discussed was January 29th. Continued to this evening via an extension request that was granted. Continuing to this evening and action deadline by February 16th. We received some supplemental lighting information from Peter Bemis on the 31st. I drafted a decision for minor site plan approval and provided it to Peter and the owner and the planning board for review. And in the interim, Peter provided me some additional information on the landscape waiver requests that I incorporated into the decision. And this afternoon, I sent you a revised updated decision. And I sent that to Peter as well, so you should have had a copy. I didn't get any comments back from you per se for on the decision at this point. And that brings us to tonight.
Okay, great.
Good evening,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Bemis.
Good evening. I appreciate you taking me first this evening, so I thank you for that.
I had to beat people back.
I'm sure. I appreciate it very much. So I'm good with the decision, and the issue really for me was to not necessarily discuss them with Karina because it's just two points. The approval in your decision, you're referencing back to the ZBA decision of 2 vehicles. And there was a decision in 2015 that the Board of Selectmen made, be it right, wrong, or indifferent, recognizing 8. And 8's what we had discussed when we went to the planning board, to the zoning board meeting as well. As you know, the zoning board did approve the project for the 12 cars for sale. And they subjected us to this minor site plan review, which we've completed with you. Your decision is going to then require that we complete all of the work before we can have any other vehicles for sale. Right now, I don't have a problem with that per se. I just want it to be recognized that there was an interim step. Again, it was handled, we thought, through the appropriate channels. And we have subsequently gone and got other approvals that were needed to get the higher number of parking spaces for vehicle sales. What I'm concerned about is that because we have to do all of the work in advance before before we can increase the number of cars for sale there, and there's no provision for the weather or any other construction period of time, that at least it be recognized that the as-built closure, because you're going to leave our as-built open for potentially one calendar year with the lighting, that not be a requirement, because then you would be putting us off for an entire calendar year potentially with the cars. So I guess I'm looking at it and saying that I was hopeful that we weren't going to have any setback in time. If we have to have some setback in time, that there'd be some mechanism in the event that something can't get done for whatever reason. When it comes to the vehicle for sale, we're not going to go get a permit from the Board of Selectmen until we have this work done. We recognize that. We're not going to be successful with our request without the work being completed. So I want there to be some sort of acknowledgement here, some understanding.
So at the last meeting, there was a question on whether that site was being used already prior to any of the permits. And it appears that it was.
Yes, no, I had reached out to Karina and said that there definitely is. There's a new tenant has gone into the building. I mean, it's not like the building wasn't available. It had been occupied. What happened was the tenant that we had gone through the Zoning Board of Appeals process with abruptly left. And then the owner was faced with having a vacant building. So he needed to put a tenant in there so he could continue to pay his bills.
But there are permits required.
Well, then they're going in and picking up where the previous, there's no vehicles for sale at the property, zero. There's not one for sale sign in any windows and any vehicles at the site.
So what's the
doing
use there?
They're doing vehicle repair.
Now, is that allowed by the special permit from the ZBA?
That's allowed by the pre-existing non-conforming use of the facility for, like, since whatever time in zoning was invoked. I mean, I don't know what year it is actually enacted, 57, 58?
But, so has it been doing repairs all along?
Yes.
So it's been an automotive service
facility.
center forever?
Since the time of its inception, yes.
Through the last tenant?
Through the last tenant, they were still doing vehicle repairs. I mean, they're in order to sell the vehicles, they're going to still do vehicle repairs. There's still 2 bays to do repair work inside them.
My confusion is this, that the current tenant said they're not selling any vehicles, they're just an automotive repair.
That's what that tenant is doing. Yes, I that's why I'm saying we needed to secure our permit from Zoning Board of Appeals, which we did. We needed to secure our approval from this board to then ratify that Zoning Board of Appeals decision. And we have a period of time with which to get all of this work done that you're obligating us to do. Then we can go seek the permit. That's why I'm saying it. In no time in between am I going to go try to get the vehicle repair license, the vehicle sales license completed. But I wanted it to be recognized, one, that we had a Board of Selectmen decision allowing 8 vehicles to be sold there, be it right, wrong, or indifferent. They did do it.
But that's not zoning.
Okay, I'm just saying that there were 8 vehicles for sale. It was recognized by the Zoning Board of Appeals in our process with them. They said, yes, we saw that you did that.
Yeah.
And in this decision, I'm actually, it's stating about only the 2. The ZBA decision didn't even do that. So that's why I'm just concerned that we're memorializing that part of the decision. And I just feel like I need to correct that record tonight with you so that we don't trip over our own feet going forward, because we are going to enact the site plan the way we have it approved. We're going to complete the work and we're going to go get a license for sale of vehicles at the property.
Sure.
So I just want the board to be clear that in the Zoning Board of Appeals notice of decision of an application for a special permit dated August 28th, 2023, which is the current special permit for an alteration to a pre-existing non-conforming use to increase the number of used car vehicles for sale. The existing limit of 2 cars on the site was established by a 1982 special permit. Relief was requested under Chapter 174, Article 5, Section 174-19, 174-9. In the findings, number 6, Town Council opined that the prevailing decision governing the number of used cars for sale is the Southborough Zoning Board of Appeals decision dated December 21st, 1982, which allowed for the sale of 2 used cars with other conditions. So it's my understanding that the current facility, which was an automobile repair and gas station in 1942, the gas station use was terminated in 2007, 2008 timeframe. Yep. And I believe despite the confusion in the past with the 8 spaces versus whatever was not ratified, but explained in the zoning board permit that there's only permission for 2 used car sale spaces, or to be used for two spaces for car sales, until such time they go back to the select board and get a new Class 2 used car sale license. So,
and I agree with that.
The part about the 8 spaces, it's kind of like just like between the lines history. There's no permit for 8 spaces.
Mm-hmm.
There is a site plan that, a minor site plan in 2015 that discussed it somewhat. And it's very clear in that site plan decision that a Class 2 license was required for anything beyond that site plan. That site plan didn't allow or permit car sales in any form or fashion. It just codified how many spaces are on the site.
Okay.
Right? So I just want the planning board to understand that it's my understanding that right now they can do car sales. No, right now they can do automotive repair because they have two bays. And that's it until they go back to get a Class 2 license for those 2 spaces. But because they're going through all this, they got a special permit with the zoning board, kind of advocating that they could have a total of 12 spaces there. They're on board with it. So we have to make sure that there's enough spaces for the operation of the facility itself, for the automotive repair, the employees and customers, and the car sales spaces, which the 19 spaces proposed do that, but in no form or fashion is the planning board authorizing car sales there. That use is a use that's under zoning, but the Class 2 license dictates what you can sell there.
Agreed. So all I'm just saying is that we're not allowed to have any car sales there until this is done, work's done, and as-built is submitted to you. And then you did have a provision in there that there could be up to 1 year to accept the as-built condition of the site.
No, that condition for the lighting is kind of a after the fact condition that you're going to submit your as-builts as soon as you can after you build it. That provision is so that if there are any issues or concerns with the site lighting that is there, if it's too bright or not bright enough for safety reasons, that you can change the lights, the light bulbs or whatever that will accommodate that. The fixtures on the building will stay where they are. The number of fixtures and all that, that's what's approved on the site plan, if I'm not mistaken. But you can, it's possible that if you have a 75 watt bulb, you could go, and it's too bright, you can go to a 60 watt or 45 watt or whatever. But your fixtures.
I just want the ability to basically ratify, close out the zoning board of appeals permit because it was conditioned on satisfying a permit from this board. And then this board's putting conditions on the project that have to then be met.
And I think history shows a precedence that lighting condition we put in there that says the planning board can revisit the lighting just to make sure that and it's not, I haven't really seen it revisited in many instances. It's an avenue for if there is an issue, the planning board can ask, please come in, what's going on if someone complains, or if the applicant says, or the owner says, we don't have enough light. They have the opportunity to come in.
All right, then again,
that's my
I wanted to just raise it because it was more if the board was interpreting this a different way, that I wanted to air it out now so that there was no confusion. Because we do have a tenant there, we do want to operate the facility, but we still want to fulfill our obligations under the site plan. Thank you.
Can I just say one thing? Mr. Bemis, are you referring to section 4 under the subject to the following conditions? That specific line, it says after said notification, the planning board shall have 1 year after the date the as-built plans are accepted by the planning board.
Right.
So you submit, and then we have 1 year to follow up. So I think it's pretty clear, but is there another part?
No, that was
in
it.
here?
I was just
Okay.
concerned that we could then interpret that as then not
No.
being able to ratify. That's
No.
all I'm saying is that I just don't want any confusion. Okay, I'm good.
Mr. Stein. Oh,
Want to have more to say?
oh, I don't know.
I don't have to offer anything else. John McAuliffe is here on behalf of the owner, so
Oh, okay.
if I can.
Good evening, John McAuliffe. I'm the attorney for the applicant and have been involved in the process. It was back in 2015 when town council at the time, Aldo Cipriano, and I was in front of the select board, and there was an issue where the question of the number of cars for sale and redoing the site plan. And the board did grant 8 cars as a permit and did since 2015 up until I think this past year, 23, issued 8 cars for sale. And I know there's, as you said, some between the lines, but there was an approval that was relied upon by the property owner. And I just didn't want the 2-car issue to be held up but there was, I heard it say that there hadn't been a class 2 license issued for anything but 2 cars, and that's not correct.
Oh, no, so we fully acknowledge that the select board issued a license for 8 cars.
Right.
Although the site plan
Right.
said 2, and town council said that is the ruling decision.
Correct. And no,
But right now, there's 0 license.
There's
That's
0,
right.
'cause we have not applied. We did, at a hearing in early January, the select board was going to allow a 90-day period to sell 8 cars. Our tenant abruptly left, unfortunately. We have the new tenant in there who's just repairing cars. That's all he's going to do until this is done. I just want to make sure that if there was undue delay, whether we don't know what happens, that if we had the application in, we did everything, just want to get the tenant to be able to sell the cars. Because in their mind, they see, well, it was 8 before and we're applying for 12, and to kind of pull that back and have them only sell 2, I just don't want to see the process delayed too long. Understanding that we've relied on since 2015, a decision that allowed 8 and there's enough parking. That's.
And just for board's clarity, a class 2 license goes with the business entity, not with the owner of the property, unless he is the entity that sells the cars. So any new tenant would be required to go back to the select board for a class 2.
Right. And before they apply, I'm going to be reviewing this with the tenant, with all the conditions, with the hours, with everything that's been laid out and discussed. And I think that's one of the most critical steps from the point of view for the landowner, for the relation with the town.
Because they haven't gotten off on a very good foot.
On this tenant?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think it was a presumption. I replied to the building commissioner. I sent a rebuttal with, explanation that there was just an assumption he was selling cars, but there was no inspection down there. There's just, I don't know, a phone call. No one talked to him and said, what are you doing? He was repairing the cars. He has 19 spaces. He could line them up in an orderly fashion. There were no for sale signs. He was instructed not to sell cars, but he was repairing them. In the meantime, he knows some car dealers that he works for, that he does work, but he does not sell the cars. He does the repair. That's what he's good at, and he wants to be able to sell on his own. That's what the site's for. So hopefully I corrected that misunderstanding with the building commissioner. I sent it to him late on Friday. I haven't heard from him today, so.
All set,
Great.
Peter?
Yes, yeah, thank you. Again,
No.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Yeah, I think that you guys are so far ahead of me. I am not ready to vote to approve anything because of this statement that you made that the property was not tenanted at our last meeting. You were adamant and definitive on that.
Yeah, I
point.
was. I don't
And
agree.
we have a number
called as
of
soon as I
abutter,
knew.
excuse me.
Okay.
We have a number of abutter concerns that are being completely, in my view, run roughshod by your parties. So I'm here as a resident of this town on this board to stick up for my fellow residents. And you can't have a business in this kind of location and be oblivious and considerate of the abutters. So I can't remember in my 10 years on this board, a proponent coming in here and saying something that was so untrue, patently. And
I did not misrepresent anything. In my knowledge, there was no tenant in the building. And then I agree. That evening, I think we talked about 2 cars being parked there. I think the next morning, so it was Monday, Tuesday, 2 weeks ago, Tuesday.
Listen,
I
Mr.
went
Bemis,
by and saw 5 cars, and I called planning board immediately to say, and I think Colleen had taken the call and was like, time out, something's definitely different at the facility. And I didn't know. And I was very apologetic.
in all the times you've been in front of this board that I've been on it, have I ever been, well, the abutters are very upset, but we're just going to go ahead and approve.
Oh, no,
it.
no, sir.
Have I
No,
ever
no,
done
no,
anything
no,
like that?
Yeah, you're being candid about it. No,
Never.
I've never experienced that.
This is,
So, no, I'm sorry.
I mean, what we do on this board when we're working with proponents is based on faith and trust
Absolutely.
in the diligence and responsibility of the applicant to fulfill their end of the deal. I mean, you can see these documents aren't worth anything if the proponent's not going to follow up and carry through on their end of the deal.
Agreed.
So I mean, if this is put to a vote tonight, I'm voting no.
Can I just want to respond because it did happen fast. I just found out about it about 8 or 10 days ago. And the applicant came in, the place was vacant, and my client put him in, then told us, Mr.
I don't see how this is helping, honestly. I mean, look, until I'm satisfied that I understand what is going to happen with a lot more certainty, I'm not going to support this. And I don't see how you can sit here and make that happen.
I disagree because I don't see a violation. He went in and he has a right to have that business. He tried to go up to town hall on 3 occasions to get a business certificate. The fellow called me and I said, you have to get a business certificate, but he was just there getting the premises ready. He wasn't doing anything that was unlawful as a tenant. I mean, he didn't conduct any business that he could not do under the law, that violated any permit that existed. That's just, I wanted to correct that. That's where I disagree.
Ms. Houlihan. Mr. Maria.
I don't have any comments.
Ms. Braccio.
I wish I could say I didn't have any comments. I am along the same lines as Mr. Stein. I was a little taken aback. I felt it was disrespectful to the process. It was disrespectful to the abutters. After having a meeting and talking about wanting to do things right, to have an open sign flashing in the window and a truck parked on a tow truck, flatbed truck parked on 85 unloading cars, that's not being respectful to the concerns the abutters have expressed through this process. It's just exactly what they say we've now seen via video. And I think I agree, Jesse, that we need some form of confidence that if we did this tonight, I have no confidence that there's going to be violations tomorrow of what we want to have. So I agree with Jesse. And I think one other thing, based on some of these things that we saw in this videos, I think I would ask the board to reconsider and talk about the fence a little bit more as far as screening goes, knowing what's happened after what we were told at our meeting. And now I think being in a residential neighborhood, it's our responsibility to make sure that what is being done there is best for everyone. And at this point, I don't know that the split rail fence is going to cover that for some of the abutters, because again, we've gone through this process. We've seen a letter from the building inspector and nothing's really been done. I haven't seen a reply to it. I haven't seen any comments come back to it. So if there's an issue, are we going to have to, these abutters going to have to wait 6 weeks, 2 months to have something done? So those are just some additional comments to Jesse's. Thank you.
As I voiced at the last meeting, I think the 3-foot fence does not serve the purpose, and I'm happy to hear Ms. Braccio agrees with that. And the zoning board asked us to give special consideration to screening and fencing, and I don't think that little well, it's not even a 4-foot fence, it's a 3-foot fence, does anything to, for screening.
And as I had said, I just don't feel as though there's a way to do that effectively because of the narrowness of the available space. It's a very small layout for Woodland Road. There's really no available space along Corderville, and we talked.
Well,
about
doing a
that.
taller fence isn't going to take up any more spend
No,
space on the
just
ground.
going to feel awkward, but if that's, you know, if that's the feeling, then I don't have a problem going back to the ownership and just saying, look, they want a taller fence and you want a board fence, you know, we'll put a board fence in. I'm just concerned that, you know, the town, when they plow snow, is going to push the snow there. You'll see where the embankments end up falling with tonight's snowfall. So we can have a better appreciation for it. And I'm certainly don't wish to pressure a board member to make a decision this evening. And it's minor site plan review, it's administrative review. The last thing I need you to do is not vote in favor of the project on principle. So you know, prepared to just continue this for 2 weeks. But that, I think that's the issue, is really where the fence could go. As a practical matter, that we need to preserve the parking spaces, and then the building is the next feature as you're coming from north to south along Woodland Road. And there's just not a lot of space for a large.
Well, there is space behind the I mean, there's grass behind the building and Woodland Road now. So it's not like the building's on the road.
Right.
But there just has to be some consideration given to the abutters. And I understand it's you know, it's been in operation since 1942. It's before zoning, this, you know, business use was there, but there still needs to be some consideration to the abutters now, because now it's surrounded by residences, and there's been, as I think that you've been copied on or forwarded all the complaints
I've
from
read
all the
them.
abutters.
Yeah, and I think we've brought a lot of improvements to the site plan. I'm not pushing back on the fact of the fence. I'm just pushing back on the fact of the fence having something more substantial than what I'd suggested. I'm just concerned that I think over the long term, it probably is not going to withstand the punishment that it's going to get. That's all. But you know, a stockade fence will do better than a final fence. So
Okay.
you know, we'll look at that. Instead of open pickets, we'll look at, you know, a stockade, something that's going to have some strength to it. And I'll have that when I come back in 2 weeks.
Oh, okay. So do you want to continue?
Well, I don't want to, but I feel as though that's probably the best action to take this evening, because I don't want to force any board members into having to you know, oppose this. And Karina, I can get you a written extension back. Is it still good through? Oh, okay.
So this would be.
Is that what the board would thinks is the best course of action for now?
I think it is right now. We need to see some progress with the concerns that have been raised through the chief zoning officer.
Yep. Okay. I'll give him a chance to you can get his written comments back.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
And I don't believe we need a motion to continue because it's not a public hearing.
Right.
That's correct. We do need a
Correct.
signed continuing.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to be first up next time, Peter, too?
I promise it will take a long time. Thank you for coming with it.
Thanks. The next item on the agenda is MBTA Communities, a discussion item. Who wants to tee us up here?
I'll give you a quick update and then Colleen can take over in more detail.
can start while she's looking.
Here it is. So, just so everyone's aware, we received a draft bylaw from our consultant, who we are working with through a grant program through Mass Housing Program, Bowler Engineering, and that draft bylaw was distributed to the town departments, to the planning board. It's available for public viewing in preparation for a public hearing that's been is going to be advertised for February 26th. It's going to be in the paper on the actually it was on the 12th and the 19th, so that it meets the open meeting law requirements, etc. In addition, there was something else I was going to tell you. Oh, there is some discussion about one or two of the districts, primarily, I believe, down in within 1/2 a mile radius of the train station, where there was some questions about the historic, I don't want to say concerns, like a question about the historic properties there and what's included and not. And so staff has been working on remedying that with the planning board members on an individual basis. And that brings us to tonight. So I'll give it to Colleen because she's been working on what those changes could be, if those changes are even to be considered, if we move forward with what we have. The draft article, that the draft bylaw was provided to the town administrator to include in the draft warrant as a starting point. But in initial review, there are a couple of things that stand out pretty strongly in reference to like the 10 units or more requires something different, where site plan for us is, if it's three units or more, anything more than a single or two family. So that was one of the blatant type of inconsistencies, but that's to be understood because, the consultant is not, hasn't been overly exposed to all the discussions we've had. So, all right, I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, so there was a few issues that we ran into with 3 Cottage Street, and I think it was 247 Porterville Road. And
275.
Pardon me?
275.
275, okay. So those two being as historic as they are, we've sort of started talking, just Feemy and I, and kind of thinking, should we take them out? Should we not? And if we do, we need to replace it. So that's kind of where we left it, was with those two coming out, 3 Cottage and 275 Porterville. And I'm trying to think of the map here.
The triangle park is another park.
Yeah, that's a secondary issue, right? So it was 122 Southville that we kind of talked about. So we need to run that by the board and have a discussion about that on how you want to handle. Yeah.
So in order to maintain the area requirements that you have, Colleen was working out with Mimi and trying to figure out what a decent swap would be so that we don't end up short or have more than needed in that area. And so after looking at the parcels, there were some logical potential swap out of parcels.
Yes,
so Colleen's going to get that up on the board, and then she can point out which two were the initial historic concerns. Here, here's this one.
So
that one doesn't work.
That one doesn't. She's ready. Okay, so the two that we want to take out is right here. One's on Cottage and one's on the Porterville. And that would still leave us contiguous. But we would need something. This came up down here. It's a relatively new house. It's a little bit more area. It probably gives us about a ½ an acre more, which I'm not 100% sure how that would deal with the big spreadsheet, the compliance model.
Can you scroll down where it shows those parcel sizes, maybe? I think you had them in there, right?
The parcel sizes.
Down in the green, you had.
Well, the two combined parcel sizes that we're removing were 0.88 of an acre.
Yeah, so there's taking the two out and what we end up with 122 under my glasses. Yeah, 122 Southville.
So right here. These were the two that were of concern that they were historic. And those are 0.87. The other parcel under consideration would be a little more than that.
And we haven't had it run through the compliance model just because we didn't want to, we needed to have this discussion first before we did that. And I don't even know if there's other ideas.
So as we recognized when this statute was first enacted, that this section of town is very historic. There was an old mill there, and many, many homes down there are historic. So I don't think that it will be possible to not have any, because, and I can understand why the request was made for 275 and 3 Cottage, because there's
You have a lot of history.
had a lot of history. But so 114 and 116 are also historic, but they, with the overlay, where the underlining zoning will be in place, and well, definitely 114 is non-compliant with the underlining zoning, so it couldn't be changed. As of right, it would have to get a variance, which would require a hearing at the zoning board. And it's, and both of them are relatively high densities. They're 6 units per acre as it is now. And although 116 also is non-compliant with current zoning, it's also higher floor area ratio than current zoning. So the chances that those two get redeveloped is probably less than 275 Corderville, which is a bigger lot that was in compliance with zoning. So hopefully that those are, even though they're historic, it will be acceptable. Because I don't think that we can find 10 acres without any historic buildings. We just have to decide which ones.
Where are we with the park?
Oh, so bring my folder for the park. But I think we did figure that out. So it was an MBTA parcel that was basically given to the town for $1. And there were several little parcels around here that were also part of it. And there's a big sheet that has all these little, you know, what was given and what was not. But so that would not necessarily protect it. But when the CPC money was voted at town meeting to create a park, that in itself will put it under Article 97 for protection. And I think that's the answer.
Yeah, I think our biggest hurdle is going to be explaining to the fellow residents how something can be in this district and not be developable. And I think we might want to consider having a working meeting. It's probably not going to be a popular suggestion prior to the first public hearing. So we can talk about the presentation and start, laying out some slides and giving some serious thought how we're going to do this, because I think based on the comments from people in the area at the last meeting, there's some real concerns about having non-developable, ineligible parcels within the district. But it's easy for us on this board to look at that and say, well, we understand it's contiguous, but that's exempt, and but not everybody's going to accept that easily.
Believe it.
So
So
we need to do some thinking.
So
just to explain what Article 97 is, it gives protection to parkland, other open space areas that serve the public good. And in order to change that use, town meeting would have to vote to change it. Then it would have to be voted by 2/3 of the state legislature. And the town would have to prove that what we were planning on doing would greater serve the public good. And there can be no net loss of green space, so we would have to replace that with something else. So it's a fairly heavy lift. And Ms. Braccio discovered that this parcel utilized community preservation funds, and it went before town meeting to approve those funds for a park. And that, as confirmed by town council, gives that parcel Article 97 protection.
just the intent of using CPC money, because that's what you can use it for.
Well, no, the town voting on it as a park.
As a park. Okay.
So another thing I've been thinking about in terms of how we're going to proceed is really laying out what it means to the town if they vote no on this in really clear terms, because I think this is going to be very challenging.
So we do have a meeting. Angela, who's the engineer that's been working on this, I've been waiting to get this conversation going. And then she wants to have a meeting, and we'll go through and explain, after she does the compliance model, exactly where we are. But that can be a work session again before we go into the public hearings.
So sorry, I was talking about, whatever the state consequences are to the town.
Well, there was an article from Milton today, and it basically says that if you don't comply, they have a special something or other that comes in and changes your zoning. I don't know how it works, but I just heard a buzz of that today. And
Right.
I can do a little research on Milton.
Well,
don't really
I know
know.
the state attorney general sent them a letter and said if they vote this down, they're coming. They will sue, the state will sue them.
Or send somebody in to change all their zoning so it's appropriate.
So what are the
That's-
chances we can get, well, first of all, what are the chances that we can do a working meeting between now and the 26th? Can we propose that to the board, Mimi?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's.
So posed.
Can I counter and say, why doesn't someone, it's always easy to edit, so why doesn't someone take a first stab at it? And then we can iterate over email.
I can have her do that before the meeting, but then she needs to see that it's supported through you. And I know she's got to explain some things, because I even had questions. There was some things I found in Middleton that, maybe question some of the things we've done. And she assured me that everything we've done is good, but she wants to have that conversation with the board.
I think we're talking about.
We are
two
talking about two
things.
different
Yeah.
things. Yeah. We're talking about communicating to our public. And I
Oh.
think it needs to be at a different level of interpretation. So we have to be very simplified in what this is, what does it mean, what are the implications, what are the ramifications of voting yes and no, and very lay person terminology.
I think at the last meeting, we discussed adding a couple of meetings, March 4th,
Mm.
March 18th for the public hearing. But that's kind of already advanced.
Well,
So we need something sooner.
I think that it would be better if we had,
Presentation space.
yeah, I would prefer to have something set up so that we can go through a dry run at the first public hearing.
So can I talk to her and have her swap out the two and put in the, was it 122 Southville? Is that what you'd like me to do? And then we'll talk about that.
So we get one more stab at the compliance model. So I don't know if we want to wait until further in the hearing process to see if there are any more changes before we go back at it, or?
I think so, absolutely.
Morning.
What is the one step? Is that just because of timelines?
No, in our contract with Bowler.
It could cost us more money, but we could have more attempts. We have more
Yeah.
ARPA funds.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I agree. I think we should have some milestones because I think we should have a very good understanding at least a month before. I mean, we don't have a lot of time between this meeting and.
Well, the first public hearing is the 26th.
Right,
so.
it's a month. So do you do a compliance model runs, how long does it run? Like a day or two or a week?
Well, now that they have everything in there, it's pretty quick. She can
Okay.
swap things out. She'll have to get all the information from the new lot that we're talking about. But again, it's easier to swap something out than to create a whole new district, is what they keep saying.
Personally, just a suggestion, but maybe do the first public hearing. At the end of that, make the determination of whether or not we're ready to rerun compliance, or wait another week and see if any further changes. I don't think we're ready to make that decision now.
No, and
I would agree.
And I agree 100%, which is why we've waited for this. But in order for her to come here with the answers, we have to at least try it. You know what I'm saying? Try swap them out and see how everything works, because it may not be able to do it with that parcel. So that's where.
All right, I'm not clear on that, because all we would need to do is expand the district to keep it contiguous and include more compliant space.
There's wetlands on there, and it's a relatively new house. I mean, I
think what
It's
we
just
need
more-
to clarify here, just not to cut you off, but so right now we have a working districts. We have 3 districts with the proper spacing areas in the right places, so to speak. And the compliance model was run, which takes about the initial effort was like a 2-week effort, because they have to input the underlying zoning. Then they take the mandated zoning for the overlay district and they make sure everything meshes. The good thing is that in our case with the current districts, the only thing that was changing between the underlying district and the overlay, whether it was business village or industrial park underneath, was the density by right, the setbacks, the minimum frontage, the areas, and all that was all going to stay the same. It was going to be the increased density in that, plus what, yeah, use and the affordable unit component would be injected into that model. So I'm not super clear on what it takes to tweak the compliance model, and if they consider us changing 2 parcels in one of the areas a whole new run, and then we have to then follow up with a 3rd scope. There is additional grant money probably available.
Yeah, they're not going to leave us.
But I think the first thing we have to do is the planning board has to decide in a good, strong way, do they want to stick with what they have, or do they want to change the 1 or 2 parcels? Will it make that much of a difference? I don't.
And I do have the compliance model that I got just today, because I wanted to look it over and try and understand a little better. And I'm happy to share that with you. It's quite large and confusing. So, but it's up there now. You can see all the tabs down here.
So I guess I'm not clear on the next step.
I think it would be great to clarify with Bowler, because I think a compliance model run, the way that you've explained it and what we've paid for, is for like 2 of those. If it's
Yes.
a tweak of a property, I don't see that being the same amount of cost, time, talent.
It shouldn't.
It
No.
shouldn't.
And
But
that's
we
why
have to be sure.
So I think you ask if we could, what that would be, the impact of that.
Well, she's
Can
ready
she
to-
run it?
Yes.
And what does that, how does that impact our budget with Bowler? That's what we need to know. So
Okay.
that's one of the things that we need to know. And then I think if they deem that as a full compliance run, then we can't do that yet. I think we have to wait until the public meeting happens. We hear from the public, because I think we're going to continue to hear that people want us to do it in different areas.
And I think that's expected. But this one swapping out the two and putting the one in, she can do that relatively soon, but I did not want to give her any direction until after this meeting.
Until the planning board agrees that that particular parcel swapping you're on board with it.
Yes, okay.
So,
And then after that, she could have a working session with just a couple of us.
so if she can just swap those out and that doesn't use up our second round of compliance run, then go ahead. Otherwise, we'll wait until we get further into the hearing
I'll make
process.
sure that it doesn't.
Yeah, that's the first thing.
Okay.
But the good thing is that the Triangle Park is protected.
Yes,
And that was one of the
that's a great thing.
big concerns, so. There was something else there.
There was also, let me see. Oh, and the feasibility study. We got back some information from a couple of different places. It's about $15,000 to $20,000. It's something that takes a while, and I've sent some copies of, like, for instances of what they look like. And there's a couple of firms that do them that were suggested by EOLC, or how do you say that now?
EOHLC.
EOHLC.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah.
So what Colleen's talking about is an economic feasibility analysis that's required if you're going to put in greater than 10% affordability criteria in the zoning bylaw. And that is what's in the ballpark of like a housing production plan, $15,000 to $20,000.
And that would be separate from this whole thing, but just to get an eye of what we would be getting into to look into that. It's quite a thing. I think it takes like
I don't think we have the bandwidth to do that now. I think
no.
we were thinking maybe fall or.
Yeah.
I want
that's exactly what I was thinking too.
I just want to reiterate that I made the point that, some people in town think that we've got these 340B projects that are coming before the Zoning Board of Appeals. And one is Park Central, the other is 120 Turnpike, and the other one is 250 Turnpike. And I think, at any time, any one of those can be taken off, I don't know, taken off the rails. They may or may not work out. I don't know how those hearings are going to proceed and what the board is going to decide. So I wanted it sort of just as a contingency. So I really appreciate that you got that information, Colleen. So when towns are thinking about that, if they want to go to 25% affordability, what do they do to make that happen? Do they open a hearing, for example? Or is it, the towns that you gave us, I think one was Lexington, and we know that they passed as an MBTA community, and I can't remember the other one. So I'm sure they did it all in one, all together. Oh, Grafton.
Yeah, so they do it for the town. And in some of the ones I've read, certain areas are not economical. They just can't do it, but they'll tell you flat out there. And, if we don't have areas that are economically feasible so that there's a profit there to be made, we won't be allowed to go there.
And they'd be looking at the 3 zones that we've picked, right? Okay. Okay. No, I appreciate you explaining that. Yeah, no, I agree. We don't have the funds to do that, but if we were to bring it back, is it something that would be for consideration next year or something, or just have to wait and see how things?
I think it would do the study, and I'm sure there's money out there to have the study done. And then look and see how it comes out. And if you feel like, the 20 to 25% is feasible, even if it's only in one area, then it's another vote that we take back to town meeting saying, we're going to try and get more affordable out of this.
And is there any kind of expiration? Let's say that MBTA communities passes at town meeting, and we want in 2 years, we just thought, oh, maybe we should see how things go, and maybe we want one of those districts to be higher. percentage. Can we do it in several years, or is there some sort of a time constraint?
No, you can, you know, if you find something, you could even have a project that came in and you find that it's economically feasible to do that at a certain point. You know, you can go ahead and do it.
Oh, you mean in
But
the
you do
future
have
if
to
a
get
pro-
it onto the books with the town meeting vote.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, so it would be amendment to the zoning bylaw.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. That's good
There's
information.
too much to start right now with everything else.
And
I
just,
agree.
just to understand, that does say that it's, if it's more than 10%, but no more than 20%.
Right.
Can go up to 20%. And in the information that Colleen might have distributed to you, there was an example cost proposal and fee schedule of doing an economic feasibility study. And in it, if you look at it, it's from Tinsboro. They kind of define what they did in the proposal.
And they've been doing quite a few of them lately. So these different companies, and sometimes the tag along, you'll get a better report, I think, after they find out how to do all these things.
Thanks very much for doing that. Appreciate it.
So we got a draft bylaw. I don't know if anyone had a chance to look at it. I have
notes.
I have questions.
Yeah.
The first is that that site plan doesn't kick in until 10 units or more.
Yeah, that's not standard.
I don't know why we can't just follow our site plan requirements as is.
Yeah, 3 or more, I think is what we would request. I think you don't want, it's 1 and 2 families that don't need site plan, but 3 or more would.
So at the beginning of the zoning code, chapter 174-8, there are
definitions.
Right at the beginning, there are 3 criteria of what comes to planning board, what's under the, et cetera. And right in there, it clearly says that anything that requires on-site parking other than single family and 2 family requires site plan approval. And that's where, when the downtown district was being implemented, we had to add language there to clarify as well. So there may be something required right there just to like solidify or to, you know, support that there's more in the code coming. So we got to look at that too. So right at the beginning, it already starts. So what, they didn't do a bad job at all. I just think that there wasn't a super intimate understanding of the code like we have it. So.
Right.
And then the next thing is the outdoor illumination. It has it under the moderate ambient lighting zone. Wouldn't it just follow the zone of the underlying zoning?
Yes, the requirements for the underlying zoning would be what you're basing it on when you do the site plan.
Well, not the site plan, for the outdoor illumination. Like some of,
If it's a residential, you would go by the residential.
So
industrial, which we have down in area 6.
yeah,
It would go by the underlying.
okay, but that's not what this says.
Which number are you on?
It's assigned a lighting level to the overlays on page 2, number 3.
Page 2. I think it's not necessarily uniform or contiguous. After Kiefer lights reduced. And these again would be this one's saying by the zoning districts of the business village and the multi MBTA bylaw. That doesn't make sense.
They're basically adding it here to the business village district.
Right. But I
That's
would
what
think,
they're
I don't know what the rest of the board thinks, that it would follow the underlining zoning, because there's some of the districts that's in Res B, I would follow
Right.
that lighting
And she has
requirement there, some in industrial, some in business village.
And there's some sub-districts that she's listed out, so I don't have that on that one. Let's see. Yeah, within the district, she has sub-districts in there by the different underlying zoning.
So I'm just wondering, because I think we could spend like hours on this because it's not detail oriented. I wonder if we could get volunteers. Like I just said to Jesse, I'll take a first stab at the public session for how to do MBTA. I'll put an outline together in Word and we can work on PowerPoint. Maybe some other volunteers can go through the draft language because I think we're going to find a lot of discrepancies because it's just general language. It did not at all like accommodate the underlying zoning for Southborough or our rules and regs.
So in the compliance model, you'll see that all of our zoning has been put up. Let me pull that back up.
But they didn't translate that into the draft warrant article is the problem.
Right, and Colleen and I started sitting down and we started taking notes.
Because we went like, it's all wrong.
Right, so maybe
You
we
know?
should just do another iteration.
So we got about halfway
and
through
move along.
and I have notes, but yeah, we should do that. We should
Yeah.
probably regroup, in a internal working session between, Colleen and with me and Colleen, and maybe Mimi can look at it.
I mean,
with-
I'd be happy unless somebody else wants to do the deep zoning dive.
Yeah.
Do the other thing.
Mimi, can I
Divide and
just,
conquer.
can I just ask,
Move on.
when is the cutoff date that the warrant goes to print that this needs to be in?
The 21st to be signed on either the 26th or the 27th of this month.
So we're not meeting again until the 26th, correct? So I don't know how we have
Yeah. this-
draft. You know, I mean, I hate to go to town meeting with something that we're going to be making amendment after amendment on town meeting floor. I think it's going to be confusing enough. But I don't know how we get to something that we think is a model that town meeting can support, but not be confusing either. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think you're correct. I think past history has shown if there are amendments to code on the floor, it's the death knell for that article.
So, I think we should meet again on Monday, the 19th. That's a federal holiday. So Tuesday, the 20th on Zoom, just have a working meeting.
Say that again, Jesse. I didn't. Tuesday?
Tuesday, February 20th.
So Mimi, would that give you, Colleen and Karina enough time to go through and make some changes so we could actually be looking at a document that you've given your expertise to?
Well, I've looked at it.
Yeah, well, no, we can certainly do that. And
Well, Mimi and I will be able to, Colleen is on vacation starting Wednesday until Tuesday.
Of
So-
this week?
Yes, Colleen.
yeah, I
will
got
be
to go to
out
Tennessee and pick up my dad.
From 13th on through the 19th. Colleen will be out.
But next week, after the holiday.
Well, the 20th is the day you're back. So that means, we have to set up a meeting to
The 21st?
get a meeting set up. It's the select board has a meeting that evening, I believe, as well. We can do it. And I think we'll just make room for it.
Yeah, because these certain things need to be answered in order for us to get wrap our heads around it, how to handle it from there.
I think maybe if you and I sit down, middle of this week, we can probably get through this in an hour. Because I already started looking at it with Colleen and I've taken notes already on where it's consistent or not consistent in the bylaw. I just wasn't prepared to speak to that level because my notes are cryptic, but I do have an understanding and Colleen went through it with me.
So what works or does the 20th work for
Morning or evening? I have something right in the middle of the
I have a
day.
haircut at 2,
I was thinking like 6:30.
Oh, evening, sure.
6:30?
On the 20th?
I should be finished my haircut by then.
Via Zoom, correct?
Zoom.
Okay.
6:30, the 20th via Zoom.
Zoom only.
Yes.
Yep.
So are we gonna, it's a working meeting specific to this. We're not going to add anything else?
Well,
Okay.
yeah, just in the MBTA communities. I think we're going to work on the presentation as
Right.
well that night. Yeah.
So it'll be a meeting to discuss the bylaw and presentation.
And would you like Angela at this one? Because she's going to be able to explain a few things. This won't be just the one call. We could. Or do you want her at the opening of the
I think
public
she
hearing?
can take the feedback. Yeah, we should have our internal meeting and then have the feedback to her in
But she'll be
preparation
there.
for the public.
But she'll be there at the opening of the public hearing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the woman who did the,
Emily Hines.
yes, Emily Ines, she will be part of this too, I believe.
Is Bowler aware that we'll be asking for Emily to be at the public hearing?
Yep,
No.
I did give Angela.
So I think that
for that.
we're good with this for now, unless there's any questions or comments. Anyone in Zoom have a question or comment?
$19 attendees and no hands raised.
We ready to move on from this? The next item on the agenda is a public hearing to amend Chapter 174-9 special permit to include an expiration for special permits as required by Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 9.
Okay, hold on. I have to get my legal ad up. But
Oh, it's
first
right in your packet if you want it.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I'm gonna put this stuff away first. Getting out of hand. Maybe it's from back. Okay.
You want me to go ahead and read it? I have it.
I'll do it. My voice is a little louder. Okay, this is the public hearing notice to amend the town code, chapter 174-9, term of special permit. Per section MGL 48, section 5 of the planning board of the town of Southborough shall hold a public hearing on Monday, February 12th, 2024 at 7 p.m. in the McAuliffe Hearing Room, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass. And via Zoom to consider amending chapter 174-9 of the town code to include an expiration for special permits as required by MGL chapter 48, section 9. These hearings concern the proposed addition of language to chapter 174-9 special permit that the special permit will lapse if not exercised within 2 years. A copy of the proposal may be viewed on the planning board's webpage at www.southboroughtown.com/planning board or in person at the Southborough Townhouse during normal business hours. Persons wishing to participate in this meeting can do so in person or via Zoom. Remote participation by going online to www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. So we received the application or the proposed zoning amendment from the ZBA on the January 23rd and from the select board on January 30th. It was filed with the town clerk on January 24th, distributed to department heads January 25th. The ads were run in the newspaper on January 29th and February 5th for a hearing set for this evening. We also mailed out the notices to the towns and agencies as required by state law.
Yeah.
I think with us tonight is David Williams and is Doug Mans is here as well, who are ZBA members, chair and member, to speak to any questions the planning board may have. I can tell you that at the select board meeting on January 30th, they had one comment to your draft warrant article, and there was a sentence that said the applicant shall be granted a single 1-year extension, etc. And they simply said the applicant may be granted a 1-year extension because it's not an absolute that they are granted it. But the
Step on up.
Come on up, yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Williams. Welcome.
Good evening. Evening, board. How are you? Sorry, did you want me to comment on the?
If you had anything to add.
No, I mean, what the feedback that to go to may instead of shall made sense to me. I mean, the general feeling of the board, because we did discuss it at several meetings, was that we felt comfortable with the 2-year expiration with the option, to extend by a year, given that there was, reasonable circumstances. So, and we felt like it was actually reasonably in keeping with other expirations. So, in a sense, it's kind of been overlooked for a while and filling in a gap, as I think you noted. So.
Yeah, and I can also point out that certain sections of the code, there's a specific time limit or lapse time. For example, like the medical marijuana may have, I think it has a 1-year lapse to its permit. Adult entertainment uses or whatever has a more restrictive lapse period. In addition to 174-9, which is the code special permit section, in 174-25A, there were paragraphs there that refer to this expiration date when it comes to a variance.
Right.
But it didn't duplicate it in the paragraph underneath that says, okay, for special permits, it's the same thing, but it doesn't spell it out. But I think town council opined that the ZBA would just need to change it in under section 174-9 at the beginning of the article of that section. Note that, like the planning board has special permit for lid, where we have a 2-year lapse with a 1-year possible extension. And I think that's kind of similar. So it's
right.
kind of making everything get more aligned
right.
in that respect. And it calls out that if another section has a different requirement that section holds.
Right.
Okay. Just so that.
Because we did initially look at it in 2 different sections, but
yeah,
as you said, town council, it's really
it was redundant there. So yeah, it wouldn't hurt, but it's just as easy
yeah.
to do it that way.
And he also put in there that it was required to be in our bylaws by MGL Chapter 48, Section 9. That was a requirement to have the term in there.
Okay, good. I mean, are there any questions from the board? Or?
Well, there was only one when it came back from the select board. They had one suggestion for a change, which was take the shall out. Yeah, with the, oh, you just did.
I did, I said it.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm trying to look up where it is.
I said it so fast. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
It's okay, I know the packets.
Mr. Stein.
No questions, thank you very much.
Ms. Houlihan.
Hi, nice to see you. The only thing that I would say is you have to add or do or act anything in relation thereto into that warrant language. And I'm sure Jim Hegarty will change that, but I learned through a citizen's petition the hard way. So definitely add that specific language into the warrant, but otherwise I'm good.
Thank you.
Ms. DeMaria.
Hi, Dave. Nice to see you. It's really well written, and I think that's part of the key, right? When you can read a section of the bylaw and it's perfectly clear. And so I actually like the change from shall to may also, but I thank you for doing it, and it's really nicely written. Thanks. Support it.
Ms. Braccio.
Nice to see you. Thank you for coming. I have nothing further to add.
Yeah, I have nothing further to add. I think this helps making things more consistent and reducing any ambiguity and any questions. So I thank you for bringing this forth. Is there anyone in the audience that has any questions on this? Anyone in Zoom?
No hands raised, 14 attendees.
So motion is to continue the public hearing for special permit amend chapter 174-9 to include an expiration for special permits as required by Mass General Law, C-48, Section 9 to
26.
February 26th at 7 p.m.
Second.
Yeah, I did say 7 p.m.
That's correct.
7 p.m.
That's correct.
Ooh.
Yep, we put that later, 7:15. So we have 7, 7:10, and 7:15.
Is there a second?
Yes, I seconded.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes.
Stein, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brashear, yes.
And David, what happens is in the past, the planning board keeps the public hearing open up until the town meeting, where we have a meeting an hour before in case there's any last minute concerns or questions. And then they will have a report to town meeting, which is simply a memo that says the planning board voted to support this zoning amendment, which then becomes the record, which helps that if it fails, but the planning board supports, you can come back again very quickly. Otherwise, you have to wait 2 years if the planning board doesn't. I think that's the case.
Well, supposedly no zoning articles shall be heard at town meeting until that report is presented, but
Yeah.
I don't know if that's always the case with.
In my past experience, they would get up and make the recommendations first, along with, as they asked the select board and
Oh, yeah.
finance or whoever. Will you be doing the presentation at town meeting?
Yeah, we haven't really discussed it, but I think I'd be willing to, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just note that any presentation like on the
Yes,
on the screen is due on March 15th to the IT, to Jason Montijo,
Okay. Great.
just so you know.
And if you get a question, just
Okay.
email us.
All right. Thank you very much.
The next item on the agenda is a public hearing, downtown district, public hearing to amend the zoning code chapter 174 to include the downtown district and use regulations, sign by law, outdoor illumination, landscaping, and where that may be appropriate.
I'm gonna go. Don't worry, it'll be quick.
Mr. Stein.
I like to kind of do a dry run. And if it goes well, the rest of the public hearings will be a piece of cake. So, wait for Colleen to up on the screen.
Let me slideshow from beginning. Oh. I just.
Mimi, can I ask a question? Did I miss Karina reading the public hearing notice?
I did read, we opened this at the last planning board meeting.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
It's good to check.
Thank you.
A lot going on.
So this is pertaining to, you can go to the next slide. Colleen.
I'm sorry, I can't see with my little tab here.
The downtown district that was adopted at town meeting in 2021. Go ahead.
Is this helping you or no?
Next slide.
Okay.
Thanks. So this is pertaining to the downtown district that was adopted in 2021. The little red section within Residence B. And next slide, please. This district includes multifamily and mixed use by right. And the business village districts were maintained for the downtown district, such as signage, outdoor illumination, landscaping. So basically, the finer points of the code need to be updated for these types of things: signage, outdoor illumination, and landscaping. And in effect, the I said Res B, but it is business village, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could have sworn, if you go back to the map for a second, you don't have to actually go back to the map, but if somebody could just look at the map, I could have sworn it was Residence B. But Colleen, when you and I went through this.
So that's the downtown district in red,
Yeah,
and the dark pink underneath is the business village district. And that whole thing used to be business village district, but now just that red piece is the downtown district. So when the downtown district was,
Okay.
voted
Back-
at town meeting, we didn't do a little bit of cleanup in some of the other zoning zoning, sections.
Okay.
Like signs and all that, signs and
Okay,
landscaping.
so we'll work on that part. Thanks.
Yeah.
So this is basically codification. And this update requires 2/3 town meeting vote. And the points of the code, if we go to the next slide. Basically, I'll just read all those.
Can you read that from there?
Schedule of use regulations, 174-8C5, signs 174-11B, signs 174-11E1, signs 174-11E1B, signs 174-11E2, A, signs 174-11E2B, signs 174-11ED1, signs 174-11ED2, outdoor illumination 174-12-1E3B, in table 1 under LZ-2, and landscaping 174-13A3 after business village district. So the things I think that we had open-ended at this point were whether or not there was any conflict, or is it 100% consistent with design guidelines for the district, and also the last part, anywhere else in the code that is appropriate.
So so I can answer some of that very quickly. So if you go back to,
I'm going to the actual code.
well, you saw a theme there. Everywhere you saw business village district, basically
goes.
adding downtown district, because there were some sections of the code where the intent was to keep the underlying criteria for this new downtown district.
But with more opportunities.
So you'll see, for example, in the sign bylaw, there's a table and it says, if you're in this district, this is the size sign you can have. This is the, the size and the height, et cetera. Well, there was nothing there that said, where's the downtown district? So it goes along with the business village district. So it's just that's why you saw business village district in that list under each one of the codes. We're just simply adding downtown district to maintain that there's a place to go look in the code for downtown district, which would be the same as the business village district. So we'll work on that.
More.
Sorry, did you address the design guidelines?
Yes, the design guidelines, which you can find on the planning board website under the applications. We looked at the signs specifically, and in that section 9, it basically talks about soft types of things, not the size, but like we recommend avoiding plastic, keep historical look.
Okay, so
But
there's
it
no
doesn't.
conflict.
There's no
Wow.
conflict
Okay.
as far as size.
So what do we?
And it also
think-
refers to that code in the guideline. So it takes you back to the actual code.
I just kind of want to put it to the board. Is anybody else concerned about having an open-ended statement at the end that says anywhere else in the code that is appropriate?
It's still got.
I experienced a town meeting that doesn't usually work out so well.
This still needs to go to town council to finally maybe give us the language where.
I can add that I think that was put in there so that during the public hearing process, we can discuss something in addition, because you can't expand on the topic in public hearing, but so that was kind of an all-encompassing. If it comes up somewhere else, like, I don't know, in the parking code or something, where we did cover it in the parking code under the initial downtown, but say something comes up, we can still tackle it and add it. In the final article, maybe we should remove that last sentence in the article, draft article itself, but for the advertising, yeah, and the presentation. Yeah, because we'll know by the end of the public hearing, but as far as the warrant, we can take it out, the warrant article language itself. We should take that out. Yeah, last.
Okay. And there it is in the light.
So
You
I
all set,
think,
Mr. Stein?
I am.
Thank you very much. Nice job. Ms. Houlihan. Mr. Murray.
No, it was really nice, Jesse. I think it will go very quickly. If you just say, listen, when you pass zoning, you can't anticipate every little change that has to be made. So you got to go back and clean it up. And this is just cleanup. I don't know if the cleanup is the right, something that, yeah, that people in town can connect with. But just to make sure they understand we're not making any new changes. And I think that came across in the slides.
Ms. Braccio? Thing? I have nothing. Nice job.
Jesse, will you be wanting some kind of a handout for backup, or do you think it's sufficient to have it on the website? And
No, no handout needed, I don't think, for this
Okay.
personally.
Okay.
Anybody else have a differing opinion?
Any comments from the public, Mr. Litt?
Inlet Woodland Road. Since it's a dry run, I thought I'd give you a couple of notes on your slide 3. I think the next to the last bullet should be up at the top. We want to introduce it as these are just technical corrections.
So,
The penultimate-
which one?
On slide 3, where you
Yep.
have a list of things, you wait until just before the end to say these are just technical changes.
Okay.
I put that at the top. And then you also refer to what you're proposing as this bylaw. It's really this article.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Litt.
That's it? That's it?
Very helpful as always.
Thank you.
Anyone on Zoom?
No hands raised. 13 attendees.
Okay, are we ready to move on from this? We have to extend the public.
Motion is to extend the public hearing for downtown district. Public hearing to amend the zoning code, chapter 174, to include the downtown district and use regulations, sign by law, outdoor illumination, landscaping, and where that may be appropriate, to February 26th at 7:10 p.m.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes.
Stein, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demuria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
Next item on the agenda is a discussion item, 325 Turnpike Road. Major site plan approval, lid building expansion as built review. And Karina will bring us up to date.
I'm going to recuse myself. Excuse me.
Okay. I will note Ms. Demuria is recusing herself.
You want me to put up on those?
Not yet. Okay. Maybe the plan sheet. The plans, in the Dropbox, there's the approved plan under the reference folder. Actually, just put up the as-built. You can do that. Go back to the as-built. And then just getting one up on the screen. Hold on.
This
So
one?
go back to the as-built. Go to 325 Turnpike. Yeah, click on that. And go to as-built revised. And go to this underground detention.
Right.
Got it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. We're gonna zoom to this area right here.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Hi.
Thanks for coming. I'm just gonna give a quick update before you.
Right, we'll let Karina go first.
Don't steal my thunder. Just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, so last time we were here, a site visit to the site was in the process of happening to review the site for as-built, and Fuss and O'Neill sent their inspector out there and met with the team. A lot of people were there. I think everyone who we. It was good. Yeah, it was a good And that happened on January 30th. We received on February 9th, we received a peer review from Fuss and O'Neill based on the site inspection and also reviewing the as-built plans in comparison to the approved plans for the project. And the comments, albeit not many, which was a good thing. Let me just find my Fuss and O'Neill. There it is. They basically involved some of the drainage aspects and then landscaping. And if you look on the screen here, I believe the red lines that are coming out of the building right here, these are roof drains.
That's correct.
And well, just hold it in one place right there. Just okay. So in black, you'll see what was proposed. Those are the black numbers are the design invert elevations, and that's where the pipes go in and out, where the water flows from in and out. And the numbers 1, 2, 3 correspond to where they're coming in. So this, for all intents and purposes, is a drain manhole, and a pipe comes in number 2, and it comes in at that elevation. Pipe comes in number 1, it's called to, and it comes in at this elevation. And a pipe leaves here, and it leaves this manhole with this elevation. So these arrows indicate the water flows from the roof and flows this way, and then out, and then ultimately it goes to the underground detention system over here. It's my understanding that this is corrugated perforated pipe.
That's right. That's the level spreader.
Yep. This is called the level spreader. And what that means is that these pipes right here are designed to, they have holes in them so that the water can exfiltrate and infiltrate into the ground. However, if the capacity, the ground can't take it or it's too slow, the water still flows down the pipe and goes into the underground detention system.
No, that's not what it is. It's
no?
No, the level spreader is an actual outflow, and that pipe leaving at number 3 is an overflow in the event.
Yes, right. But the overflow.
An outlet.
Yeah, so you don't ever.
Pipe is an outlet. Yeah.
So you don't anticipate this ever flowing to the detention basin?
No, it's only
it's designed to, though.
The pipe is there and it's higher, you see as it leaves, and it is there in the event that for some reason the stone outlet that's in the slope is blocked or
surcharges back into if the water level.
It's there for emergency.
Yeah. So all intents and purposes, the pipe is meant to infiltrate out into the ground, that the water will, and then also drain off if necessary.
It's meant to fill the trench, that's filled with stone, which then daylights to the slope.
Yep.
Okay, it's not meant to infiltrate. Daylights to the slope, and then goes out into the lawn as a sheet.
But these are underground pipes.
They're underground pipes.
They don't sit on the surface.
Underground pipes with a stone outlet that goes to the surface, yes.
Right, okay. So the first comment on Fuss and O'Neill's review was that this pipe right here, it's supposed to be higher here and lower here, and it's the other way around.
No,
it's supposed to be flat.
It's supposed to be level.
It's supposed to be level, but
it's design level, but it's not necessary that
it's
level.
All right, I stand corrected. This was designed to be level, but this flow, if it does happen, is going the other way. It could go this arrow indicates that for all intents and purposes, this flow would go this way. But the elevation, this elevation out is lower than this elevation in.
That elevation,
it says right here, number 2.
That elevation is 1 inch lower, right? 1 inch lower than the other side. Yep.
So number 2 says 316.84. Number 2 says 316.99. So 0.84 is lower than 0.99.
Correct.
Not level. And I'm not speaking to the tolerance. I'm just pointing out so the planning board understands.
Right.
Because it may be acceptable, but I just want the planning board to understand because we don't have a chance to talk about this
Oh,
on a
okay.
consensus.
And I'm sorry,
No, no.
I've had.
You're trying to defend it, and I'm just saying, I'm just trying to explain to them what's happening here. So that's that. And then the other thing is, in the design, this pipe right here was not part of the design, but it's my understanding that there was a perimeter drain installed per the structural engineer for the
Correct.
building to catch water before it enters anywhere into the structure. I don't know if there's no cellar there, right? It's a slab. So there's a perimeter drain here that ties in, which was not part of the design, therefore probably not included in the stormwater management calculations.
And would not DP normally.
But if it's tying into ultimately to the detention basin, Fuss and O'Neill's second comment was that this pipe was not in the design, and they wanted, they recommended that evidence be shown that anything that comes in here does not impact the stormwater management calculations. So those are the two comments, that this pipe that was designed to be flat is not flat, which is true. It might be not tremendously unflat, but it's not flat. And then this pipe coming in right here. And then the other comments were related to landscaping, which is kind of difficult to see at this time of year, but there were some inconsistencies in the chart. And what I did is I got a comment letter back from Scott Doty responding to these comments, not in the typical fashion, more of a letter format, like you didn't address comment by comment in order to, but that was sent back to Fuss and O'Neill this morning when I received Scott Doty's email with his response comments. And I had asked them if they could possibly respond by this afternoon, and they did not have the bandwidth because I did get it to them right away. It was sent to me on Friday, but it was at like 5 or 6 o'clock at night, so I didn't get it till this morning. So it went immediately to Fuss and O'Neill, and they would if they could, but they didn't. We're not their only, so that's where it stands right now.
Right.
So maybe I give it back to you. I just wanted the board to understand what's happening there.
Thank you, Karina.
Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome. Do you have anything additional?
No, if you'd like me to address any of those issues, I'd be happy to.
And did you introduce yourself?
Thank you. Charles Scott Doty from John Crow Associates. And with me is Jim Bourne from Ken's Foods. Again, excuse me, and Gemma Goodrich, right?
Gemma Cashman from Dave Pitney, and I'm standing in for Bill Pizzoni. He sends his regards.
I'm sorry, Gemma
Cashman.
Gemma?
Gemma.
G. Cashman.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Stein.
So, okay. The last meeting we had talked about bonding.
That's right.
I don't see anything in any of this paperwork about the dollar amount, the assessment for the mitigation that's been discussed. Backing up another second, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you guys are seeking a temporary C of O,
that's
correct?
correct.
So in a temporary C of O makes sense to have bonding,
Yes.
but and I don't see anything from Fuss and O'Neill regarding their recommendation for the bond dollar amount. So how are we going to arrive at that?
Well, I think what's happening here is that these inconsistencies were determined as part of the review, which is required. And Scott was attempting to defend that these are not significant. And I can't speak to the significance of it because Fuss and O'Neill is the consultant, reviewing consultant. And, I can understand it and I can explain it, but they're the ones reviewing. They reviewed the design and they did the inspection and they have the information, and it was their comment whether these things impact the operation of the stormwater or not. That's why I sent it to Fuss and O'Neill to get their feedback.
Well, something that was in the Fuss and O'Neill paperwork that I didn't hear discussed, and sorry if I missed it, but the erosion observed at the sound wall, What's going on there?
There was a small spot where I believe that water built up and had eroded a spot underneath the wall. And so there needed to be some micro grading and some stone replaced there.
How did that happen?
I think it's just a matter of a small low point got established along the wall. And it built up there and it settled perhaps in that area.
The review from FNO?
Well, what do you, I mean, if you make things easier for the planning board, will make, you know, it kind of helps your cause. Like where are we going in terms of bonding? Zero?
We're talking about a few shovelfuls of stone to take care of that.
No, but there was other, I mean, Karina just went through a fairly more considerable mitigation, it sounds like.
Not really. If you want to, would you like me to address the issues that as they were raised?
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks. The level spreader, it's not critical that that pipe is level. What's critical is that we have a sheet flow coming out of the stone that's on the surface. That is one of the low development project elements to the plan, where we allow water to take as much as we could. It was the south ends of the building, that roof water, and sheet flow it onto the lawn area, as opposed to go to a point discharge through the underground system. We designed the pipe to be level, but what's more important is that stone sheet flows the water out into the lawn level. It doesn't, if it's off a little bit, an inch on either way, it really is not immaterial as much as the water settles in that trench and then finds its way through the stone, the voids of the stone out to the lawn area. And it's working very well, actually.
But you could be surcharging one side more than the other, because the level is level, right? And I'm not trying to pick on you here. I'm just saying, if a pipe is like this, water will run more to one side, and it will then infiltrate out of, or it'll exfiltrate more than evenly how it was supposed to. Like a level spreader is called level spreader because it's putting the water out evenly across.
I think in terms of the context of where it is, 10 feet in before the stone exposes to the surface, not really. What's happened is that area fills up with water and it flows out evenly onto the lawn. This entire pipe is perforated from one end to the other between those two manholes.
Just the bottom of the pipe.
Excuse me?
The whole, when you say perforated, is it just perforated along the bottom?
The whole pipe is perforated.
So there's holes all around the circumference of the pipe. Yeah.
Can I just ask a quick question? What is the unit of measurement? So it's 0.15 off. What does that, like, obviously it's a little not level. What does that measurement?
Feet.
It was point.
Feet.
0.15.
It was more than numbers there. It was 99, it was 84. That's 0.15.
Feet.
That's what I said, yeah. What is it?
That's an inch and a half to 2 inches.
Okay, thanks.
But the elevation is always in feet. And then since it's so small, you have to.
Those are elevations, vertical to, the other element is the perimeter foundation drain that runs to that manhole. Now its elevation happens to be above any of the observed groundwater that we've had out there. It's above the underground system also. It's at the top of it. Groundwater in these kind of situations, all situations generally, is incidental and also is lagging. It's background and it's lagging. And so this underground system that we have, and those of you who are on the board may remember back when we were originally going through the approval processes, it basically is close to groundwater, sometimes within it. And what it's constantly doing is creating that void for this to be there for a storm event. Groundwater is always going to it, and the elevation of those foundation drains is much higher than it. And it would have been, it's groundwater is contributing to that system, the underground detention system, at all times. And at all times, the control structures are letting it out so that the void is there for when a storm comes in and an intense amount of water comes in, it fills it and utilizes that void that you detained. So it really is inconsequential at all that foundation drain goes over to it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been permitted.
Can I just ask, Scott, this pipe right here, it stops right here.
No, it goes over to the building.
So this is an as-built, right? Does it run around the perimeter of the building?
It runs around the building. Yes, it does.
About how far off the building?
Usually they're right at the foundation and footing.
Right along the front.
Yeah.
How deep?
4 feet deep. It's probably around at 316 elevation.
So does it run around the whole expanded area?
I'm not certain.
Because this is an as-built, right? And if you're showing this pipe here, it's probably significant enough to show it, right? If this is, you know, this kind of, in the future, someone will look at this and say, well, what is this? There's no record of this other than this one line.
Right.
Because it's not on the approved design, and now you're representing it here, but not fully, right? And my second point is, if this elevation's higher than this invert elevation, that arrow's the wrong direction, and Fuss & O'Neill pointed that out. Why would they do that? Why was this drawn this way if that's really supposed, the arrow, the way this is calculated is that way?
Because ultimately, if it was to surcharge, that pipe is much bigger than the 2 inches that it is.
Yeah, but industry standard.
Flow that way.
Yeah, but industry standard is if you have a higher invert here and a lower invert here, you're representing that the flow would flow this way.
No arrow there.
Well, yeah, whatever.
There really should be no arrow.
So that's my point, that if there is a perimeter drain here, I think we don't know. All we have is this pipe now. So I think if you know.
Well, it's really a building system, but it does come out.
But it's tied into the system.
Is there anything in terms of Fuss & O'Neill's findings that you will not mitigate or you will not address?
No, I think I did address them and explained why both those elements are not significant to the drainage, but also that the elevation change on that pipe from one end to the other is not. And,
So wait, I'm sorry. Back up a second.
I'm sorry, Jess.
The leveling doesn't matter. Does that mean you're not going to level it?
It works the way it is. It's working. It's within
The
tolerances for that.
I know, but the problem is the submission, the as-built, has it level, correct?
The design had it
The
leveled.
design has it level, the as-built
The as-built has it
has it not.
unleveled.
Oh, the as-built is telling what it is. Yeah.
So we have to accept that's what's in front of us is to.
Well, unless Scott, you can provide something that assures that it works. Like telling us that the foundation drain does not impact the drainage calc. Is there some calculation you can show? Is there a letter you can provide stamped by a PE that says what you're telling us? Because this is, your letter is,
It's from Don and I.
yeah, maybe a certifying letter that what you're saying is accurate. I mean, for a temp, I don't know.
I hear what you're
think
saying.
It'd be helpful if you hear what Fuss & O'Neill has to say.
Well, what's the expiration on the temp C of O?
90?
Well, typically our building commissioner in the past has done 30-day.
Yeah, I mean, it would be
Temp,
great if we could
and
just
then-
clear, personally, and maybe I'm the only one who thinks like this, it'd be great if we could clear this out of the department at this point. So,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
My thought is if you set your parameters and the proponent agrees to it, we issue the temporary C of O,
Yeah.
conditional on those parameters.
Correct.
And now it's the building inspector's, purview at that point.
And for the most part,
I mean,
but we have to work with them because the plan came, but yes,
well, are you comfortable with that path?
I'm not uncomfortable with that.
Okay.
I think that one of the options is to say that the planning board would be all right with a temporary certificate of occupancy if there is a time date of when these things will be mitigated or proven not to be a problem with a Fuss & O'Neill
Well, If they don't fix it and or deal with
If
it
you
within
don't
90
fix it or
days,
deal
they'll
with it.
lose the C of O. So
Right, yeah,
I
so
thought you
it'll,
said 90.
no, it's 30. Our
I said 90.
building department does
Oh,
30
okay.
days for what I'm aware of.
Are you okay with that?
You're okay with that?
That's it for me.
Ms. Houlihan.
No, I'm on Jesse's line.
Ms. Braccio.
Same.
So we need to be very clear with the, oh, go ahead, Mimi. Sorry, I forgot you do that last, you did last.
So I just have one question. When the structural engineer requested something different than was on the site plan, why didn't that come back to the planning board? So we could have taken care of it then.
Because it truly is immaterial to the drainage system.
But that's not what our code or the decision says. It says it has to be built as approved. Any deviation from that needs to come back to the planning board.
And also, just to add, I think that Fuss and O'Neill stating it as a comment doesn't mean, it doesn't, indicates to us that it's not just totally insignificant, that they made the effort to look at it and it caught their attention, therefore they are concerned and they want it clarified for the planning board.
But, I mean, I was with Jim. I showed him and told him about it. We were there. It wasn't that there was something that he discovered. They said that's the foundation drain of that.
Mm-hmm. But somebody in the office then looks at the design and the as-built and compares it on a professional engineering level as opposed to an inspector, right? So that's where they then found these discrepancies. So
my point is that when you follow the process, things go better. And this could have been dealt with, months ago.
So one of the things I thought is that the as-built plan should be revised to show it correct. And if this is what's built, then I'm not sure that arrow is appropriate. And I think that the floor drain should be shown, the foundation drain, I mean, and that as part of the contingency, and then some agreement that if this isn't mitigated through Fuss and O'Neill agreeing that you've mitigated it, you have to mitigate whatever it is that needs to be mitigated. I don't know how else to put it, but if it turns out, you're saying it's not a problem. If they determine it is, you got to fix it. If they think that the stormwater, you're saying it doesn't impact stormwater. If they think that it does, you have to prove that it doesn't.
Right.
And it has to be accepted by them when you prove it. Okay, because we've been down this path a couple times, and last thing we want to do is end up here in your next permit saying, you need to fix this before you can do your next project, and then wait for a whole new as-built. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to belittle you. I'm just saying we just don't want to make the same mistake again, and my job is to try and protect the town and you. So I think revising the as-built to what's needed, and a letter agreeing, like we'll have to draft a letter that states the contingencies for the temporary certificate of occupancy. And again, one being revising the as-built, and that you would agree to mitigate any unresolved issues from the review. A bond is only as good as what you can use the bond for. And often I hear, that if you do take a bond, you're not necessarily able to go on the property and use that bond to fix it because it's private property. It's not like a public roadway. So I'm not clear on how we would do that. But I think that the contingency on the temp C of O should be strong.
Yeah.
Except
so those two drainage things, the erosion repaired at the sound wall.
Now, if the planning board wants anything for the landscaping, to me, that's a little bit different because it's, you know, it's surface, it's visible, it's winter right now. So I don't know how you would address that. Or there is a program in place where,
That's right. And Melissa is all, as you know, this is all over this. I'm showing you. That's right. There is, and just remind me, there already is a bond on the landscape, I believe.
well, only for
the meadow.
For the
Yeah.
meadow grass.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a very specific bond to,
Right.
for a very specific location, for a very specific area, or very specific
Right.
seed mix or plant.
Yeah, the most stringent controls on the landscaping for the great majority is through the Conservation Commission's order conditions of the 2 growing seasons and the inspections and the ongoing maintenance. It's rather elaborate. I think it's just unfortunate Jim couldn't see all the plants because there was some snow. Probably noted that for the great majority of them, there's more greater numbers than originally designed.
And then there's the issue with the additional the trade-off with the paved area.
Yeah, the which is already on the plan and been reviewed by you and Fuss and O'Neill already.
It's on a sketch.
Right. So it gets done and that gets added to the as-built.
So we would have to have revised as-built paving change, which Fuss and O'Neill previously determined that it doesn't impact the stormwater populations. So right now we have revision of the as-built to address the foundation drain and the arrow, and I think that we should request a letter specifically addressing those 2 drainage items stamped and signed by the PE, that he certifies that's not a problem. And then whatever proof you provide so that Fuss and O'Neill, you know, because in their comment, they said to provide let me
Ensure
see.
that the extra flow that may occur from the pipe does not have an adverse effect on the design of the stormwater system.
So you'd have to prove that in your letter. And I understand what you're saying here, but your letter is, that might be sufficient. We've sent it to Fuss
It
and
might
O'Neill.
be. I'm hoping that it is because I think it's from engineer to engineer. I think it's to be understood.
All right, so we'll say that resolved with Fuss and O'Neill review, and the planning board would be satisfied with Fuss and O'Neill saying it's they're resolved with it. In other words, Ken's Foods proves to Fuss and O'Neill through us that it's not a problem. Fuss and O'Neill agrees it's not a problem, and then the planning board will rely on Fuss and O'Neill's and review of that as satisfying one of those contingencies for the drainage. So the revised as-built, a letter or feedback from mitigating with Fuss and O'Neill that it's been resolved. So if 2 months from now, Fuss and O'Neill says you never fixed it, or you didn't address it, or you didn't prove it, it's not resolved. You won't have your certificate of occupancy. You'll have to either get it extended or you won't get your temporary extended. You know what I mean? I just want it crystal clear. You got to resolve it so that our consultant engineer agrees with you. They're reasonable. You've worked with them before when you had the other drainage repairs. They reviewed it and found it acceptable, right?
Quite frankly, if what the solution might be that we're just going to eliminate that foundation drain connection because I don't believe it's even needed. It's dry.
But it's there.
Yeah, but the whole entire existing building already has a drainage system that goes out. So.
Yeah. Well, that's your choice. But
yeah.
I'm saying it's there. Someone recommended it. We just want to make sure it doesn't impact the system. So just prove it doesn't impact the system. That's all. Because it may be useful in the future. Why dig it out or remove it or not remove it and say it's not there?
Oh, I know it doesn't have an impact, and I hope that
You just got to prove it somehow. Like if they're satisfied with how you explain it. Okay.
I understand.
All right.
Anything else from the board? Any other?
Sorry, I can beat a dead horse. I just want to make sure it's clear.
Any other contingencies? No? So those two drainage.
I'm not gonna try to put all that in the motion. Do you need me to?
No, I think the motion should be that, that the planning board, will allow me to sign off on a temporary certificate of occupancy based on the contingencies discussed at this meeting.
And to the satisfaction of Fussin O'Neill and the chief zoning officer. And the town planner.
Town planner.
Yeah.
All right, so moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Stein, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Brascio, yes.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
so we'll get a letter drafted up. You get that other letter to me. I'll talk.
Well, we're gonna wait, we're gonna.
Oh, that's right. We'll wait for Fussin O'Neill. We'll see what they say. Okay.
The next item on the agenda is a discussion item, Stonebrook Village subdivision.
Okay. Scott, call me if you have a question because I know it was very complicated. Okay. Sorry. That's a tough one. Okay.
Is this being continued or should I recuse myself?
No, the, Justin DePietri, who represents Capital Group Properties for Stonebrook Village subdivision, who submitted as-built for review and bond review, because they're close to being complete, has asked to be pushed to the next meeting on the 26th. We received Fussin O'Neill feedback on a couple of things that just need to be added to the plan, and they wanted a chance to remedy that beforehand and submit. So they've asked to be the discussion item to be moved to the 26th.
So on to the next agenda item, a discussion item, residents at Park Central 40B. I think this is just left on the agenda in case any other information comes up. As far as I know, nothing new. It's still holding until April. Anything on that?
No, there is no change on the ZBA website either. All the
Still on hold.
still on hold. There's a meeting scheduled in March. Is that the one with March?
No, that's April. Park Central's April.
They went to the end of March, yeah.
That's 120.
Yeah, sorry. So there's nothing new on.
So the next item on the agenda is a discussion item, 120 Turnpike Road, 40B.
So not much new from last meeting. We did receive a response to planning board comments from the ZBA from Ferris Development Group. Attorney, is it Banan?
Banan, yes.
Banan. George Banan here represents Ferris Development Group and the project 120 Turnpike 40B. So last there was question as to town council's, not a question, but town council had opined that there was an issue based on the prior permit for the conveyance of the 6.2 acre parcel in the back, which is the 40B locus. So we did receive a comment letter that was distributed to the planning board for review. If you recall, the planning board had prepared a letter to the ZBA with comments on the project. And that's where we are. Sorry, I was trying to think at the same time, sorry.
And the hearing at the ZBA has been continued to until March 27th.
Yeah.
Why has it been continued to March 27th?
I think Attorney Banan can answer that.
for
You
you.
want him to?
For the record, my name's George Banan. Assistant General Counsel with Ferris Development Group. We asked for the meeting in front of the zoning board to be continued because our engineer is still finalizing our site plans, among with a few other things. In addition to that, a issue came up. I'm not sure if, like Karina had just mentioned, it may have just slipped my mind, but in terms of the site control, there is a issue in front of, I think, both you as the board and the zoning board, whether a land donation shall be enforced or will at least affect the site control Ferris Development has right now. So I think I wasn't sure, well, Ferris Development wasn't sure what the agenda topics were going to be tonight in relation to the 40B discussion. We had thought it was to discuss the potential land donation issue. We plan to put in front of the board a request for modification from a 2019 special permit, as well as a 2019 major site plan approval. We're going to ask the board to modify that to remove the land donation. My question to the board today would have been, will the board entertain such a modification request? And if so, what would that look like? It was suggested to us this would be the cleanest way to move forward regarding the 40B project. So that's what we were planning on doing. But since we were on the agenda last week, we were both Attorney Brian Charvel and I were on the Zoom hearing, but didn't speak. We weren't sure what the topics were. And then we saw that the 40B project was on the agenda item tonight. So we took that as an invitation to come and ask the board what that modification would look like or how that process would look.
Certainly we entertain any application for a modification for the site plan. I certainly can't tell you tonight, right now, what that would look like. Are you asking just to remove that condition and move on and no mitigation for that?
That would be what we're asking. If the board would like, I can kind of dive into deeper context in terms of that special permit. If not, we can save it for when we apply for our request.
I say save, I don't.
Well, how would you see us doing that exactly?
Well, allow me to take a deeper dive then, just kind of give you, I'm not sure if you have all the background. If, I don't know.
It's really, I want to leave it up to the chairs in charge.
I just don't want to get too far into the legal weeds because we don't have counsel here. And we're going by what our town council said, and I'm sure that you have a different view from that. So I don't know how far we're going to get
that's
here
a
with
fair
that.
point.
I wouldn't be thinking.
I'll be honest with you. My first thought before even Mimi said that, when you sat here and said what you just said, the first thing I thought is this is up to town council, because I have no context for giving, reversing a land donation to the town. That's not. So I don't think I'm with Mimi on this. I think we need to hold off because.
If I may, it was town council's suggestion to ask for a request for modification of the special permit. So, and that's why we bring it here to you tonight, because we want to at least start those conversations with you, and kind of gauge where we are, or how we can do this, because there are other avenues to modifying this. We do think putting it in front of your board and having you modify it yourselves on public hearing is probably the cleanest and best way to do so. And I'm sorry, I'd like to just continue on one thing. The reason why I say that is because if you're familiar with the 2019 special permit, the essence of the permit is to build a large, almost 47,000 square foot blueprint parking garage. That garage was never built. The decision was issued in August of 2019. And that permit had lapsed without any significant work being done in connection with that permit. So it is our view, and I won't have a legal discussion, but it is our view that this permit has lapsed and our ability to build this parking garage, as well as any other conditions attached to the permit, have been extinguished. So without having a legal back and forth, we would like to just put a request for modification in front of you, and you discuss as a board, seeing that, you know, no parking garage was built, and removing the land donation condition that was on that special permit because it was not acted on.
What does the town get in return?
The town gets affordable housing. There's nobody in this room tonight that I think would object to meeting your goals and your plan. And I think what I would say is the applicant, sure, I'm David Ferris at 52 Sears, 118 Turnpike. I think what the town gets in this situation, and that's really like the perspective I'd offer tonight, is it meets some affordable housing goals in a non, for lack of a better term, contentious way. Certainly it's on the border of an area that is a preservation location, but it certainly has no line of sight of butters. And I think if you think back to a lot of the angst and legal issues that have occurred in the community, me being a 50-year resident of it, it really stems from these things being in the wrong place at the wrong time. You know, certainly if we built this affordable housing 50, 60, 70 years ago, it would have been in farmlands and it wouldn't have impacted our aunts, uncles, and people who live in this community. Now, when you put this affordable housing in a lot of locations, it creates tremendous angst. And I think what the attorney isn't saying that I will say to the community tonight is, I think this is a location that's perfect for the community because it comes right off a main highway. You look at the sister project that we're about to submit on at 250, which isn't before you tonight, but you know, that's got controversy and it's got neighbors and it has people that are directly impacted that would voice their concerns. This is really in the back parking lot of an area. And I think like the benefit of the bargain was the prior owner who asked to make this land donation going to get something in fair value in return for donating this land. And he was going to get the opportunity to build a 500 parking space garage, and he chose not to do that. And COVID, that'll never happen post-COVID. It's just the occupancy levels aren't there. And so really where we're at as a community tonight is sort of thinking about what's best for the community, not David Ferris. It's really about like really what's good for the community. And I'd respectfully submit to this board tonight, you guys are like 70, 80 houses, units away. Getting this thing railed through as fast as you possibly can gives you a layer of much closer to the umbrella of where you need to be to protect the community till 2034. I'll work with the community. And if, you know, there's good faith and fair dealing with the planning board and you say, look, Ferris, you can't have it all your way. It's got to be kind of two ways here. I've already reached out to another local developer who has a project over on Main Street. It's not ideal land. It's wet, but it buttresses one of your water lines. I could pick that up for 100 grand and donate 4 or 5 acres there. It's not exactly the same. It's not buttressing a community preservation area, but that could be a give that I could do. I could create parking spaces for the community to access that natural habitat that used to be Davco Farms that Peter Daniels, my high school friend in grade school at 9 years old, used to take care of. So I guess like why we're here tonight is the lawyers are all involved in this. And I know we have a great legal claim and I'm a lawyer, he's a lawyer. The point is, like, we might get there in 5 to 7 years, but the town might get where it wants a lot quicker by modifying that permit that's in a gray area. I could tell you, I think it's a gray area. I think town council might tell you it's a gray area. I think you guys wanted second opinions other than his opinion. And maybe that would be what you might consider doing, is getting another opinion, because the opinions we're getting are it's very defensible. Like there was maybe the prior owner maybe put some cobblestones in, maybe did a fireplace. It didn't work. We bought the place. Like I could tell you it didn't. The point of the matter is, like, you wouldn't come before a planning board and donate 6 acres of land to put some cobblestones in a fire pit. So treat us the way we would treat our community. and think of us as developers that are thinking about the community rather than developers trying to take advantage of the community. Because if we want to take advantage of the community, we have enough money, we could permit these things in other places. And every permit that we put in place between now and when you approve 77 units is coming to this community. You guys are already sitting in front of other outside Boston groups that have nothing to do with Boston that want to jam a lot of excessive housing in here. They're lining up. Like, I know these guys. I talk to them on the phone every week. So I think it's a win-win for us and the planning board to say, this is one that's not controversial. We want it to go in, whether he gives us a couple acres in town elsewhere. It's a win just lifting this, because the benefit of the bargain was the 500 parking space garage. So I personally don't want to be in a room arguing with Jay Tellerman and our lawyers and in a Park Central 5 to 7 year litigation path. I'd rather just build affordable housing that meets the community's goals and objectives. We didn't propose 5 stories. You go down 495, every single new 40B, and you talk to Mass Housing, it's 5 stories is the new minimum standard. We propose 4 stories in both locations, trying to take that into consideration in terms of what it was. If you have some asks as a planning board and want to negotiate in good faith and say, give us, 4 or 5 spaces that allow members to access the community, give us some screening, don't cut down mature trees, then we'll do that. I don't know that in a public forum that's the right way to do it, but we'll be constructive. I just want to understand, like, are we all spinning our wheels, or is it really something we can get to?
Yeah, I think where I was going with this is, and this is obviously an informal, non-binding
Sure.
discussion.
Yeah, no, obviously.
But like, would you consider allowing us, and you certainly don't have to under 40B, but would you allow us to do site plan review?
Yeah, I would allow you to have a lot of control over it because,
sorry,
yeah.
but I did the site walk with the Open Space Preservation Commission chair. And there were a couple things that jumped out at me, and Freddie had mentioned, some concerns just about the natural habitat that might be impacted.
Yeah.
I had asked your lead engineer at the time, what's going to happen with the stone wall?
Yeah, that would stay, obviously. Yeah.
So, well,
yeah.
When I looked at the plans and I was standing on the site, mentally, I couldn't put that together.
Yeah.
And
and so
it's not my first rodeo.
If
so
you said to me, like, look at,
and it was removed from the 40B plan submitted to the ZBA. There was no stone wall.
This is like the give and take part.
Yeah, and
for you to consider.
Yeah, and I'm totally fine with.
If we're going to reverse a land donation.
Yeah,
it's a huge ask in my opinion. I mean, I understand where you're coming from with the affordable housing argument, so to speak, but I would feel better as a planning board member delving into that.
But I'd rather give you guys the plans and go back and have you put your wish list on it and then see what we could meet than like come back 5 to 6 hearings to try and hash it out in a public setting, in the sense of, like, for me, whether, like, if we went 5 stories and did a smaller footprint that impacted less of that environment, that's a cost savings to us. We'd be glad to give that. But I don't know, like, what drives the planning board's decisions. I just know from my standpoint, like,
Dave, it's going to be a lot harder than, well, let me back off what I was going to say. In my experience, this board has historically been far more preservationist and far more restrictive than the Zoning Board of Appeals when it comes to site plan review.
Yeah, and my message to you would be
I think that you really should, ponder before you just say, oh yeah, whatever you guys want,
No, I'm not saying whatever you want, but I'm saying from my standpoint, I'm going to be totally direct. Like, this is not even 1% of one business unit that I run, but this is in one community that I live in. And so from my perspective, I think putting it here and doing it responsibly is great for our community. It's sort of like Ken's. You led the last hearing, and if you didn't go the way you did, I was fully prepared to get up and say, Jesse, you ought to lead the charge in helping this taxpayer, because I live here and I pay taxes like everybody else. I won't very much longer with the new tax rate, but I'm here and it's part of my community. Marcia Bachman taught me in special ed. The point of the story is I feel some sense of responsibility, and I feel like sometimes in situations like this, it's such an obvious win-win for the community and us. If this were like, if I were arguing this in 250 Turnpike Road, which by the way, like you're gonna hear all about that. I mean, that's gonna be like either Parkerville Road at 125 and 5 stories, or it's gonna be in a good location. Like, my point is like, there's workarounds that can protect a community and preserve it. And you guys are sitting in a position where you could be the most preservation-oriented board in the United States if you can't see that you've got a 77 unit housing shortfall and you have been in litigation as a community with a developer I just had dinner with, like in that new restaurant in Boston, Savers, Billy, a good friend of mine, who put a development right through her yard and another one of your yards. Like, you guys have directly been impacted by development in your backyards. Like, this is development that's in the back of an office building. And from my standpoint, I don't view it as you're giving relief on a donation. That donation is not going to occur. Like, it's land that a prior owner had a benefit of the bargain and he didn't get the benefit. I couldn't build and you know this, Jesse, if I went to pull a 500 unit parking garage tomorrow in the back, I'd have Casey down there putting me in handcuffs. Like, we know that doesn't exist. So let's just be responsible and respectful. And I just, from my standpoint, like, wanted to come tonight to understand, is there a path to the board? And if it's not, it's okay. I respect and understand that. I didn't buy the site to put a 40B there. I saw an opportunity for the community and for us to put it there. And I think, like, there's enough land and transactions in town. The only reason this community hasn't been really stung by it yet, I could tell you, you ask Billy, ask any zoning attorney right now, the only reason Southborough is not facing 300 to 400 units through multiple projects is because they thought Billy had this thing locked down. Like, it's 10,000 gallons a day. Southborough has no sewer. So what's going to happen is a bunch of these sites are going to get picked off, and you're going to be facing a whole bunch of applications in the next 12 to 18 months. You've got a window. It's a very narrow window. I just think, from my standpoint, it could be a win for me and for the community. And when I say, like, give you site control, I view it as give you an opportunity to comment on the things that are most important to the plan in town, in the least controversial site, and see if there's a way to work together with it. But before I, like, spend a whole bunch of time on it, I just want to know there's a board that's really in good faith that wants to do it. And, you know, I look at the way you handled this thing earlier tonight, and that meant a lot to me, because like, that's a huge taxpayer, and I know that family, and I know they're good people, and I know they literally have a piece of yellow tape, and they don't want to cross the yellow tape at Ken's and break the rules and violate something that the town of Southborough has said no to. And so they operate and keep trucking. And I look at the burden on them for the last 6 weeks, and I hear the calls. And Bill Pizzoni went to my church for 35 years. Like, the guy's a good man trying to get something good done for his client. He's a good lawyer. And I just want that kind of level of treatment in terms of, if we're going to bring this plan forward. And if we're not, it's okay. But I really don't want to waste your time or ours. I just want to be sincere. And if you want a good project there, I'd like to hear what your feedback is. And I don't want to just submit stuff and go through issue spotting every meeting. So that's kind of my summary.
So thank you, Mr. Ferris. I appreciate your sincerity. I'll be very direct.
Sure.
You sent several emails over the holidays that I felt were inappropriate and intimidating, and I didn't like them.
Yep.
I don't think that's a really positive or constructive way to work with us, because I think if you look at the history of the planning board, we are rational. Our obligation is to follow process and procedures, and that's why we're here. That's why I'm here, hopefully representing the people of the town. I'm not an engineer. I'm not someone who does planning. I work in biotech, but I rely on people like Fuss and O'Neill And I rely on expertise to come in and help us.
I respect you, Marnie, completely for sharing that with me, and I appreciate it. I want to share with you, while I sat there, I wrote Mark Purple a message. I haven't hit send on it yet. I think experience is something everyone gets in life right after they need it. I think this community as a whole has had a perspective of Fuss and O'Neill, and whether the plan has been certified. And respectfully, you know what I told Mark Purple in that text that hasn't been sent? I said, Mark Purple, as the person who's spending our taxpayer money, ought to demand, if we're going to centralize and send that much business to that company, ought to have a representative here at every single meeting for taxpayers like Ken's. So respectfully, until you carry the freight like I do, and until you have sub 25, 30-year-old people who aren't allowed to work at Christmas, with all due respect, like, you might not like those emails, but I'd be a pretty shitty CEO if I didn't lobby for my employees to start work as early as possible. I can stomach and carry the extra carry. I can have you come down to my office, open book. You can meet with Maddie Scott. Maddie Scott is Jeff Scott's daughter who works with me. Jeff Scott grew up right next to me at 17 Parkerville Road and called me when his daughter was in college and works for me. She's the head finance person.
We're getting off topic.
No, but my point to you is these are human beings. They're real people that are impacted by work.
So are we.
And so if I'm not going to lobby for them when their new building that they poured their heart and soul in, there was a young woman here at one of these meetings before that temp CO was, she was going to read into the record how she was personally impacted.
So the agenda item is 120 Turnpike Road.
Right,
and
and I
this
was
has
just addressing
nothing.
Barney's comment, which is she didn't like the emails. And my point to you guys is, I promise those emails aren't going to come if we feel like there's some.
Can you let me finish then?
Yeah.
So as long as we're on equal lengths, like, don't send us emails like that. It wasn't nice. It just wasn't nice in the way that the tone that was taken. We deserve respect for what we do and what we volunteer. That's what I'm asking for. I'm 100% willing to work with you.
Okay.
And I think what's the challenge is I'm not equipped to sit here and tell you like what I would want. I actually have to react. So it's much easier for me to see something to react to say, what could that be? I recognize your point on the donation of land. I think it would be a hard thing for the community to swallow. So if there's something that you can offer in exchange, you made a couple recommendations. I think being able to see something is easier to react to.
Right.
Whether it has to be a formal site plan, I'll leave that to the chair, but I'm open to having a discussion on seeing something at a high level to give feedback on.
If I
have to say,
just may address that, I think logistically how I think I'd want to move forward is we produce to you a request for modification accompanying a letter as to which sections of the special permit and the major site plan we'd like deleted. Once that's in your hands, I think it's on the board to discuss amongst themselves. I'm not sure if you can do it in executive session or no. So it'd have to be done in a public forum as to what you would want from us. And I think that's probably how we would move forward.
So like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if that's going to be effective. Like, I think there should be optionality in that, just saying we're going to remove this donation of land, period. Will you accept it? I think it would be helpful to say, here's for multiple choice. A, B, C, or D, do nothing. I think that would be better for us to digest and discuss amongst ourselves.
We're happy to do that, but understand the difficulty we'll have is we're trying to read the board's mind as to what they'd want in, in exchange for this land removal. That's the only issue I bring up, but we're happy to give choices if you think that's the best way to move forward.
I think it opens the door for like what's possible. When it's just, we're going to remove something, that doesn't necessarily open the door for what's possible. But I think what you've just said earlier, hey, we could do something in town. It's 4 acres. We're willing to put that as option A. And option B, we're willing to, build a walking trail between here and here. I think it's just the optionality of where are you thinking about? Because I think from a planning board and elected board perspective, I couldn't in good faith just give you the right to, I personally, as a voting member, wouldn't say, no, I don't want them to give back land. I don't want to stop that donation.
I will say, separate from the conditions, I think the board and the town do need to think about how gray of an area this is. And like I said, I'm not going to get into a legal argument today, and that's something you can discuss with town council, but have a good faith discussion with town council and really see where you stand. And if you feel as though you're not standing on good legal tenable ground, it is in the best interest of the town to possibly move forward with the removal of the land donation. Now, with that being said, we have come to you and we have said we will, negotiate in good faith and attach conditions of this land removal. So I think moving forward based on that is a big win for the town and a big win for us as well.
Yeah, Marnie, I would just think of it from this perspective. If you like, I always think of this in the perspective, if it were me on the other side of the table, if it were you buying a building that had a permit to build 500 parking spaces and a fire pit and some cobblestones, and you found out the prior owner maybe put some cobblestones in, maybe put a fire pit in, but certainly didn't build a parking garage, and now you, who bought the building, couldn't build the parking garage. I have a feeling there's zero people on this board who would say, oh yeah, I owe the 6 acres a donation. Like, to me, this isn't whether we owe it or not. This is like, how do you cut to the chase and give the town what they want, which is affordable housing, and not litigate? And from my standpoint, if you see me writing a lot of these hostile emails, you should like maybe consider, from my perspective, the cost of carry every day of a $8 million investment into the community in a blighted building, and how that might feel when I delivered newspapers well before most of the board members lived in this town. Like, I really feel passionate about it, and I think I did something good for the community. And so finding a path as a board to say, we're not giving a temp CO, we're not giving a CO, we're giving a temp CO. To me, it's sort of like, this isn't the first board I've been in front of. I'm in front of a lot of them. And so maybe it's an indication that all of us could improve. I could improve for sure in communication skills, but maybe we consider hitting reset and try and negotiate this thing in good faith. But if you don't want to do it, it's okay. I understand that. Maybe I've insulted people and hurt feelings. I would say, as elected officials, you got a great opportunity to be heroes to a lot of people in town who are really upset and impacted by 40B developments where they don't want them.
Fair enough. I'll let you.
Ms. Maria.
I don't know if I can top any of this. This is a very interesting discussion. Jesse, when you were talking about a suggestion for planning board to review site board, did you mean it to be binding or just to send?
Absolutely.
Absolutely binding.
I mean,
yeah,
like Marnie pointed out, it is Mimi's call, but in my mind, it would be a site plan review, which would be, I've never heard of a 40B allowing a planning board to do a site plan review. I'm sure it has happened, but
yeah,
it would be uncharted territory for us, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is uncharted right now. I just wanted to clarify that, because I don't think reviewing site plan just to put out a wish list, we have no jurisdiction here, right? Because zoning board of appeals is going to make the decision. But if it was somehow a binding site plan,
I think the binding part would be you getting an agreement to lift a gray area of a site decision that we can't build a parking garage there right now. We'll all agree on that. Everybody in this board would agree. If I start building a parking garage tomorrow, I'll be in handcuffs. So that's not going to be, like, for lack of a better term, a benefit to the property, just as the land donation's not going to be a benefit to the town unless it's transferred, and that's not going to happen. So from my standpoint, if the planning board puts a list together or has a set of asks, I can put the choice A, B, and C to you, and then you can try and modify them to fit you guys. But I just don't want to spend 3, 4, 5 months going back and forth. And it won't be good for you guys. I can tell you, people are zeroing in now already on the sites they're picking. And I'd rather be ahead of them and get the thing done and build it than, like, screw around with all this time. So, like, I don't know if it's like the terms site plan review, or we're going to lift this on the condition that the applicant do the following. and he donates 4 or 5 acres of wet conservation area in this area, and he does this. I'm fine doing that. I just don't know what the driving force is. To me, I view it very much cost benefit. Like, I could spend a couple $100,000, we could litigate for 5 to 7 years, or I could stroke a check to Jimmy, the floor below me, who's got a project he's already doing in town, and buy 4 or 5 acres from him that abut a water line on Main Street. And you probably wouldn't build there anyway, but it'll be something that is protected in the community on Main Street. And, you know, that does some good. And then maybe we do some other things that work for the community, and it's a win. I'm going to spend it anyway. So that's kind of how I'm thinking about it. But I would not be thinking about it from my perspective. I think about it from taxpayers' perspective, whether or not you want, like the select board, with all due respect, I know they're different and they're not preservation and orientation. But I can tell you, if you're preservationists, whether it's me, you should pick the next 2 or 3 sites, because I'm telling you right now, 90 bedrooms, 10,000 gallons a day, that's the maximum size. There's no way one project is going to protect this community. You guys, the current board, till 2034, census is done in 2030. 2031. You got 3 years until it's calculated. This community blocks every single neighbor in their backyard of having a big 4 or 5 story. It's all going to be 5-story. Call the 40B people. Everything's 5 stories now. My point is, this community, you're basically, if you approve 77 units, you got the community protected for the next 10 years. If you don't, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. You're going to be in a window, and the window is going to look like this. It's going to look like 5 to 6 applications at the same time on different sites. Everybody's is going to effectively get in the queue, and then they're all going to be protected, and we're going to have 300 to 400 units.
First of all, the town's not required to see 5 to 6 applications at the same time for 40B. Per the statute.
We have 2.
Right.
We have a 3rd we could file inside of like 60 days.
And we already have, so we'll have 3.
That's I'm one developer.
In the town, well, so the town can claim safe harbor if it has three developments and 40B developments in front of it at one
You're
time.
excluding MBTA, which is coming down the line.
That has nothing to do with 40B.
Okay.
I would like to make a request. I have to tell you, I sat in a room with Ms. Latrell, Karina, town council, about 3 hours before he wrote his note. And so I got the benefit of hearing some of what he was saying about the parcel, about the case law, about the area that you call the gray area.
I meant that in terms of like a legal gray area.
I know.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no,
You meant the physical site.
No, I mean so I would be interested if you could, I don't know if I have the right to ask this, but I'd be interested from your perspective why you think it's gray, because town council wrote that letter pretty quickly. I got home and I saw that email that he sent and said, we have a significant issue, I think is what he said. And so I think that it's not gray. It was filed with the Worcester Registry of Deeds and there was no appeal. And so I'd like to know, I'm not a lawyer, but I'd like to know from a legal perspective, not today, but you're saying it's gray. Town council didn't say it's gray. And I know we can't debate that here, but if you do submit something, I'd be interested in a legal analysis of why you think, why you disagree with our town council.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure if that can happen, just because I'm not sure if I can give you a legal memo describing our position. I'll have to discuss it with, well, it'd be advising you legally and you're not my client.
That might be ethical canons he's getting at, but.
No, we receive legal analysis that just reviews case law with an application. Okay. I mean, obviously, if you disagree with what our town council is saying, you should put in writing why you disagree. So
I would
that I'd be interested to see if you submit something
with our general counsel, and if that's a route we decide to go down, we can. But the whole point of all this is trying to avoid a legal debate. I don't think it's beneficial to anyone. I think the board and us as the Ferris Development, we can work together to find a middle ground where the board will modify to remove the land donation, and in turn, we will give something to the town.
What I'm saying is, you're asking us to do something as if there's a gray area.
Yes.
And what I'm saying to you is, I don't think there's a gray area. So why would we do something? I understand what you're saying about being flexible. I think some of these offers sound very nice. I'll be really honest with you, but I mean, we can't just take a site plan and say, we're going to ignore this piece because it wasn't acted upon. This happens all the time. We have other proponents that come before us and they don't act upon. But they're filed with the Worcester Registry of Deeds and there's no appeal. And so I think that, you know, anything that comes before us really has to have kind of a legal basis as to why you think that, you know, we can just waive that, because I don't think there's something right now, personally, based on what I know.
And just in the simplest legal argument I can make is this permit has lapsed. The parking garage was not built. Substantial use of the permit was not made. Therefore, the conditions attached to the permit are abandoned. And that just, there are further arguments, but that's the basic argument. And that argument alone, I think anyone kind of viewing it in good faith will agree that that is an argument, a legal argument that will stand ground as to why the land donation shouldn't exist.
But I think I've sort of gotten the pulse in terms of, and I appreciate the time coming before you tonight, that, you know, it sort of sounds like individually, you know, I don't know, 3 or 4 board members don't sort of see an opportunity for the town, and that's okay. And honestly, I respect that, and I'd rather have the meeting and just understand the position, and it's all good.
It's hard without something in front of us.
No, I understand, but I don't want to spin our wheels and your wheels and waste a bunch of people's time if we're going to get in a legal memorandum. I would want the planning board of the community representing the taxpayers to say, this is a great location to potentially block a bunch of other developers from Boston coming into our community and sticking these things in our backyards, and sort of understand that that's the big picture. And
so I reject that.
Okay. I'm not surprised.
This board has said over and over again, and I know that you have misrepresented us, that we are not against 40Bs. We're not against this 40B.
I've
But
never spoken to
excuse
this
me,
board.
through the chair, please, and I am speaking. That it must be in compliance with our code when applicable, and Mass General Law and the statute. And issues were raised where this is not. We've been down the road where a 40B was approved and it was not in compliance with the statute. And it was years and years, cost the town a lot, cost residents twice, and it was overturned. We don't want to go down that road again. So you're saying that we're not in support of the town and affordable housing and doing something for the community is just
You could call a vote
false.
tonight and lift the restriction for a parking garage that was never built.
Absolutely,
and you'd have
we
affordable
cannot.
housing in your
It
community.
requires a modification of the site plan, which is a public hearing. We
Right.
absolutely cannot call a vote
I
tonight.
want to correct the record. Every time I have written a communication to this planning board, I have been very specific, and I have complimented and I have said, I believe many of the people on this board have been honest, good, hardworking taxpayers that have tried to represent us. I had a personal issue because you made a calculated mistake. I called you out on it, and you chose to read into the record a statement of fact. That's fine. I respect your opinion. I disagree. You and I sat at that table. We had a disagreement about the trees in the back, and I promised you I wouldn't cut them down in good faith until we resolved our issues. You have chose to re-narrate that, and that's okay. I respect it. But
So this is not on the agenda tonight.
fair. So you can close the meeting because you don't like hearing what I have to say.
We cannot discuss things that are not on the agenda.
I don't want to discuss.
And you going far afield is not on the agenda.
You're stating that I don't respect or care for the workers of this community who donate their time. And I have said,
I
at the
never
beginning
said
of
that.
any of these
I never
emails,
said that.
I
So
appreciate the work that you've done, and I'm not trying to alienate people's votes.
You must have some ideas. Oh, sorry. I've been thinking about this the whole time you're talking, because it sounds like you have some ideas that you want to offer up.
Yeah,
Like you must have
I
already
gave a
been
list to the-
brainstorming.
I gave a list to the select board to try and interface and act as an intermediary to the planning board. Yeah, and
But I think you must have already been brainstorming with your council and you yourself thinking about.
I
what
put a
can
laundry list.
What can I do? When we come in for modification, what
And the
can I
reason I'm
offer
here
up?
is to hear what the board wants. If
But they can't do that. You have to say, look, I have these 5 ideas. Start with 5 ideas and say,
okay, here's the 5 ideas.
letter.
5 ideas is to provide parking to the open space, to provide some mitigation and cleanup resources to the community in terms of the Davco farm issues that are far deeper than you know about. Peter Daniels could walk you to the site and tell you where all the oil drums and all the chemicals are buried because he was there driving the tractor.
and these are all things you think would
Yeah.
be beneficial to the town as a resident, because you say, you live.
No, I'm saying as a developer proposing to have a lifted restriction on a deed record for a project, for a parking garage that never got built,
Yeah.
we would come to the community, give the community some give back, i.e. if the community said, we'd like 4 or 5 acres in another area of town that are going to be permanently deed restricted.
Well, you must have a good idea of what is good in town that would be like a really good offer.
I don't, what I think doesn't
You
matter.
must,
It's what
because
the planning board wants.
don't know, you're not going to come up with these. You have to say, send a letter that says, we have these 5,
We
consider
did
these
that through
things.
the select board.
Which one of these could you pick?
Yeah.
They did not share it with us.
Yeah, send us the letter, send the chair a letter that says, look, we have these 5 ideas. We think you might like 1 or 2 of these, or pick, what do you think? Can you prioritize these? And then work
Be
on the
happy to do
top
that.
2?
That's easy.
Because there's no
We've
starting
already created
point.
the list.
We need a starting point.
Yep.
Because the planning board obviously is not going to say, we want this. No, they said, what do you think it's worth to offer? Because we need something to
Happy to do that, Karina. That's very easy.
Right.
We can have that to you by tomorrow at 5.
So have some.
Ms. Brascio hasn't had a chance to speak yet.
So, I apologize.
Thank you. Just a couple things. I know everybody's already offered a lot of great suggestions here. I will say, Mr. Ferris, that I find it disappointing based on the conversations that have taken place at this table tonight prior to me speaking. Everyone expressed an interest in wanting to have a discussion.
Right.
And you keep saying, well, if you're closed-minded to this, no, closed-minded isn't the right word, but basically you're insinuating this board doesn't want to listen and this board doesn't want to try to find a solution and they're not open to that. I haven't heard that from anybody sitting here tonight.
Okay, I maybe.
You know, so again, I'm a little disappointed in that. I'm glad there's a discussion. I'm glad there's a discussion. This is the place where it should take place, you know, not in an office somewhere. This board is very open in how they do business. And, you know, I think you've made some good points tonight to the public watching tonight. You know, again, this board is very open in their discussions. We have a responsibility. I mean, I couldn't tell you, I haven't thought about this. So off the top of my head, I can't come up with things that I might be interested in. What I am interested in is, as Debbie said, town council gave us a very clear opinion. You know, so I would be really interested to continue this discussion. I know you don't want a legal debate, but we've been given guidance by our counsel, and I would be interested to hear if he has different thoughts or his thought process has changed on this. Again, the only way to possibly even find if there's a way to do this is a healthy discussion. And I think that's what's taking place tonight, but it's got to be respectful on all parts.
Yeah, I think, you know, and I thank you for your feedback. And I would just say I'm only here to try and understand if there is. Town council said to our lawyers, like, try and go meet with them, see, it's a, you know, pretty strong board. They have strong opinions, see what might make them feel like this makes sense for them. And so that's why I came. And I just don't, like, having gone through the temp CO thing recently, to me, that was a much different experience than I'm used to in other communities. Totally transparent. I'm just like,
yep.
And it really, like, in a town I grew up in, took me by surprise for a lot of reasons. I never went through that. And so I kind of wasn't used to it. And so what I don't want to do is build any more bad will. I'd like to just understand if we can give you a list of 5, 6, 8 things, and you say, this is our highest priority, and no commitments, but you can meet with us on these couple of big issues, we might see a path to be able to lift this restriction and none of us end up in court and the town gets what they want.
But I think, again, I think a healthy discussion has started, but I
Right.
think, you know, we need to all be respectful of each other.
Fair.
And certainly we may have different opinions than you, but I think, again, I heard a lot of positive things tonight, you know, on being open to having a discussion. I mean, it wasn't technically on the agenda to go into the depth we've gone tonight. So I can tell
Right.
you, I'm not prepared to go any further,
Sure.
but,
Well, I appreciate everybody's extra time. It's late. We'll get you a list and we'll
Thank you,
come
Mimi.
back if you guys want on an informal basis. We don't have to have it be a big thing and see if it works. You know, like there's there's already litigation money like that is wasted money that could be good for the town. And from my standpoint, if it matches with your goals and objectives and it benefits you and us, like, great, let's make it happen. I just don't want to have any more hurt feelings or emails. And I hope, I want to apologize if the emails offended people because it clearly did.
it did.
And you know,
Let me just ask you this, and I know
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it. We're being frank.
yeah, the best
Would you?
advice I got from a really good mentor was just say you're sorry. I'm sorry. Not because I'm sorry. That's it.
And Dave, Mr. Ferris, you're entitled to your opinion,
Yep.
and I respect that.
Yep.
But I will tell you what, and Mimi, I will give Mimi a lot of credit. She's very tough-skinned and she follows process. But all I could think was, and again, I'm going off topic, but I'm just going to do it. If someone ever spoke to my daughter that way, as you did, do you have a daughter?
I have 3 of them.
Okay, so how would you appreciate if she volunteered and was trying to do right and take the responsibility she's been given by the taxpayers? And again, I'm not going to criticize what was in the email. Just, that's my point.
I understand it.
You know, that's all. So, thank you. But again, I'm just going to end with saying that I think it would be beneficial. I know you don't want to get into a legal debate, but I think it would be beneficial for us to be able to have a conversation with counsel. That's
Fair.
Thank you.
Thanks for the extra time tonight. I realized it was.
And by the way, we have a really great master plan. You might look in there for some ideas, right? I just say that's a document you can go to and you might see already some levels of priority. and
Absolutely, we'll take a look.
It might be a helpful document.
So one more thing before Ferris Development did send a letter to the zoning board in response to the planning board's letter. And I think that we should respond to the zoning board on some of these items. I don't know. So we have until March 27th, so we don't have to necessarily get into that tonight, but I would ask the board to review that letter. We just got it, so.
Yeah, we're pragmatic in the sense of coming before you, even for 15 minutes, once every 2 weeks, just to discuss these ideas. There's a lot of stuff out there. If that's productive, happy to do it for the next few weeks and see, or month or two, and see if it makes sense for the group. Thank you again, everybody. Really appreciate your time. And I'm super psyched you helped out Ken's. You know, they're good company, good people, good family.
Thank you.
Thanks.
They just
Have a good
need
night.
to follow the code and the conditions of our permit.
Fair dues. Good night, guys.
Good night. Anything else on this topic, or should we move on?
Actually, we made some progress.
Did we?
Motion for a 2-minute recess?
Second.
All in favor, Latrell, yes.
Saying yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Miria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
I'm using that.
The planning board is now back in session. The next item on the agenda is a discussion item, Public Works Planning Board, Public Works Advisory Committee update. I think that's you, Mr. Murray.
It is me. Thank you very much. I asked to put this topic on the agenda following a select board discussion. I think it was January 30th. And so just to take a step back, we're all aware of the 2 warrant articles that Mr. Litt has been working on together with Sam Stivers and myself in a small working group. This activity has been going on for quite a long time. We've made quite a lot of progress. And you'll recall that there's a letter in the Dropbox that gave account to the select board from August of last year that the planning board supports the quote abolishing the Public Works Planning Board as long as it was replaced with a another board, and which is being called the Public Works Advisory Committee. And so that was the sort of the genesis of a working group and the the articles now that are in the warrant. So it's not entirely clear to me because I wasn't attending the meeting, but I did watch the tape and also spoke to both Mr. Stivers and Mr. Litt. But the select board took a vote on the 30th to put a sunset clause on the newly formed Public Works Advisory Committee should it be approved at town meeting. And I think that it's a big departure from the original vision of what we've all been working towards. So I think that this committee's been, this board has been very clear, and also in our own little working group, that we've tried very hard to create a fully functioning Public Works Advisory Committee with that's sort of gets rid of some of the baggage that Public Works Planning Board might have and breathes new hope and a new breath, let's say, into Public Works Advisory Committee. And so I myself was very disappointed to hear about that. As it turns out, I think that night it was the only committee with a sunset clause. So I did follow up with, and actually that was the direction given to Mr. Purple for the warrant, is to put, leave space for sunsetting. I just want to say, we understand that there's an intent on the select board that, maybe we have too many committees in town, and, maybe they should take the action and go through the one by the committees and see which ones can be sunsetted, or if they don't perform within 5 or 10 years, maybe they just go away. I really think it's misguided on Public Works Advisory Committee. First, it's a volunteer board with no cost to the town. So it's presumably going to be hardworking people that really care about what's going on your street. It's a place for people to come together to hear about what DPW is up to. And we know that over the last couple of years, there's been complaints from neighbors to the select board to all kinds of boards, complaints to the state about the Public Works Planning Board. And what Sam and I and Mr. Litt have been trying to do is create something really much, much better. There's other things infused into that that simply can't go away. So it's beyond me why the select board would choose that newly formed committee to have a sunset. When it's really, I think, really imperative that we have a fully functioning DPW, let's be honest, because a lot of this stems from the DPW, and a functioning mechanism for the town. So I think it's also short-sighted to think that the town isn't going to need anything in 10 years. I did speak to Mr. Dennington, and he was he told me that he doesn't want to see the articles fail on town meeting floor. And he realizes after a bunch of letters that he received and also some emails from Mr. Litt that, you know, he doesn't want to see the articles fail. But so I just wanted to share that with the board tonight. It's pretty concerning in a way, because we were asked to join a group, and yet we were never asked whether or not sunsetting you know, a new committee would be, you know, something that would be desirable. Not to mention, the articles have been vetted previously with not just this board, but Tim can give you all the DPW who is in favor, and Recreation who's in favor, and, you know, other boards and committees and people that he has spoken to. And the thinking that putting a sunset on a new committee really, to me, sends a message that we don't really care too much about it, but we'll give it a shot. And if, you know, it'll just go away if it doesn't perform. And that is not at all what we've tried to do in our thinking and thinking through what would be in these warrant articles. So that's the first thing I wanted to let you know. As it stands today, there's no update, I don't think, unless you have something, Tim, but the select board did meet again last week, and you know, this decision stands as it is right now. So I want to ask the board whether there's the will to write something to the select board to, if you don't agree, as I don't agree, to say that we don't agree that it's a committee that should be sunsetted. And that's just one part of my update, but I wanted to share that with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mario. Mr. Stein.
Yeah, that sounds okay. I'm in agreement with you. So that's fine with me.
Yeah, thank you for that. And Tim, your email and then all the details of all the committees and how it's only just one, the pilot committee. I think we should write a letter. I think I would support that as well.
The committee, just to be clear, the pilot committee does not have a sunset clause.
Oh, they want to add that one.
List of
right.
Where one might.
Ms. Braccio?
Thank you. Deb, can I just ask you, I also agree that we should do this, and thank you for all the work and all the time you've put into this. Let me just ask you, the select board vote, so it was 4-1 with Ms. Cook against the sunset? I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
So Mr. Stivers, who's working with you, supports the sunset. I just want to be clear that to
be fair, what he said was that he could live with it either way. He was not inclined to be on the minority.
But he voted for it.
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to be clear on that, because I was unsure if maybe this was a misprint, that's all. So, but yes, I'm definitely supportive of writing a letter. Thank you.
I did let Mr. Stivers know how disappointed I was. So we did find out that his feeling on that.
I'm going to talk now.
You're going to talk to him? But we have high hope. And by the way,
no, I want to speak to the question.
You want to speak to the question? Sure. Sorry.
So I agree. So did the three of you ever discuss a sunset clause? So Sam voted for it, although it wasn't discussed in all the work that the three of you have put in.
So if you'd like, I'll give you the story from point of view of someone who was there.
What, at the select board meeting? In a minute. I just, so in the warrant right now, it just says add sunset provisions. So we have no idea what that means. So is it automatically going to combust in 10 years, or how does that work?
The proposal by Mr. Dennington was a 10-year sunset clause.
So it's done in 10 years. Like, we won't need all these, the valid purpose, this committee.
Roads, we won't have any trees, we won't have a cemetery.
So I agree we should write a letter that this is not a good idea. And I think that this committee, although the one we have hasn't been active through the fault of the chair of that committee, could fill a vital role. And there's been a lot of outrage about public works projects that have not been vetted in public at all. And I think that there's a vital role to fill here, which can help the DPW as well as the residents of the town. So I agree we should write a letter.
Yeah, and I mean, Tim has given account to this board before, but the DPW has been very favorable about this a committee. So it's it doesn't seem to make sense. And we are actually getting rid of a committee. We're getting rid of the in the proposal for the town vote, the solid waste, I think, advisory committee or something like that. And it should be noted that we are, years ago had I was on the recycling committee in town, which turned into the green technology committee. When that committee, sort of folded because there wasn't enough people at that point, the vote was taken by the select board to move the Green Technology Committee into the Public Works Planning Board. So even though the charge was never changed, the thinking is that there are, with the Public Works Advisory going forward, that there are some things that, on sustainability that could be handled by the Public Works Advisory. We don't have a sustainability committee. It was the will of the Master Plan Committee to create one, and because there are some goals and recommendations for sustainability. And, I very much, for example, wanted to see that folded into Public Works Advisory. And I think in the charge, some of that is captured in the charge. So it's really, to me, unthinkable that this would be the hallmark, the committee that they choose to sunset. I think it shows really lack of thought.
Can I just add one more thing? I'm really frustrated listening to this. And I think this was an opportunity to fix a committee that had a very important charge that didn't live up to the obligation. And you're starting them off saying you're only good for so long. I mean, who would want to volunteer, a good person, to step in and volunteer? Yeah, completely. I do not understand that. It's hard enough to get volunteers in this town. I'm just going to climb off my soapbox now, but I think it's a huge mistake. And what are you going to do on town meeting floor when it's presented and they put the sunset clause in and you say, oh, Mr. Stivers, who did you work with us on this article? Oh, the three of you put in how much time and two of you don't support it this way? They don't want it to fail? That's it. Thank you.
Was there something else, Debbie?
Yes. So did you have something to say on this piece of it?
I can certainly add a little bit to this. I don't disagree with anything that you folks have said so far. So just let me back up just a little bit and in terms of what's changed since the last time you got an update on this. So the articles are in the warrant, both of them. As Mr. Murray has said, I have talked to Recreation, I've talked to the conservation agent, I've talked to Mr. Cundiff and others. Everyone is positive that there's hope. I did make a few changes to the committee charge based on the feedback that you folks had. I'm not sure they're exactly in the way you would have done it, but I think I covered the points. In terms of the select board's actions, the select board did vote to support the article to update the special act. And the thing that most intrigues them about that is that they get to not be tree warden. So I'm inclined to tie the two articles together to make sure that, if one doesn't make it, the other doesn't as well. The select board did vote for one to add a sunset clause to the committee article, which is inconsistent with the mission and the stakeholders. There are indications that they will reconsider that. I would say the education process has been ongoing. For those of you who've seen my emails, you'll understand that. I think in terms of, why is this crazy thing happening? there are a couple of things that are worth pointing out. One is that the reason that the Public Works Planning Board didn't work is not just the chair. It's that it was structurally designed to have a short-term, solve a short-term question, which was, how do we consolidate departments and elected offices, you know, into a DPW and make sure that the will of town meeting is taken care of. And people, as I've said before, had additional expectations that are not served by that structure and not by the poorly written charter, you know, for that committee. So I don't want to put all the blame on the chair. I think part of it is, until recently, no one has stood up and said, hey, this actually needs to change and here's the way to do it. The second thing I will say is, in terms of the sunset clause, there are two things going on that drove this. The first is that there are members of the select board who honestly believe that sunset clauses are a good thing, that it's worth relooking at committees to see if they're serving their function and all that. My take after looking at all our standing committees says that that does not make sense for any of the standing committees, except possibly for Pilot, which was a citizen petition attempt to do something in very much the same way as something had, you know, failed many years before. So that one, okay, but the others, you look at them and what they do, it doesn't make any sense. The second thing is, aside from that, what I heard explicitly from Mr. Dennington in particular, who's the one who pushed the sunset clause, was taking, I think, the wrong lessons from the failures, the current failures of the Public Works Planning Board. And so he was saying, well, effectively, that one didn't work. The new one has Public Works in it. Therefore, it's going to go down the same way without looking at the structure and everything else. So that's where we are. I've had indications directly from him at the beginning of the last select board meeting that they would take a vote to see if they would reconsider or rescind this, what I call unfortunate vote. That didn't happen. At the end of the meeting, and I asked him public comment, so are you going to do anything? And he said, well, we'll take that up at the next meeting. Well, the next meeting is tomorrow and we're here today. So I thought, you know, I think we thought it was worth bringing this to your attention. I also think if you have the time to write a note to the select board so that they understand what your position is, that wouldn't hurt.
There's one other thing that we've been working on, and I wanted to also let the board know. We've spent quite a bit of time also creating, as you know, with the select board not being the tree warden anymore, it now puts the tree warden in as a position that reports to the, is appointed by the select board rather, but would be appointed, appointed by the select board, reporting to the DPW. We've done, you know, I have and Tim and Sam have done a lot of work and had real discussions and some debate about what that position is. And all that's somewhat outside of this board and maybe your concern. It really does impact us because of our involvement as a board with scenic roads. And I think that we've studied a lot of what we can in looking at other towns, who hires tree wardens, who hires arborists, and even a new kind of designation called a certified tree warden that a lot of cities and towns that have sustainability committees or just, you know, really take care of their trees. You know, that is something that Christina Bezanson had told us about, that UMass is now, and probably other colleges as well, universities, have a new kind of standard degree that, you know, whether it's training or some sort of coursework experience, so that when a town hires somebody, they're called a certified tree warden. This is really the right time to think about a professional that would serve that role. I really cringe at the fact that we could potentially be taking the role out of its current spot, which I know everybody has gotten to kind of work with, but that we wouldn't be considering that a tree warden really is a professional degree, a professional person. So I've been looking at salaries. I've been looking at job descriptions. Mr. Litt's been looking at the same. And really, I don't know what the role is here for the planning board. But we very much would like, I think, maybe if you'd be interested to see the job description that Tim came up with, it would be left up to the DPW, I guess, because in that case, or the select board, if they.
Well, so I can talk a little bit about where that is if you like.
Yeah, yep. I mean, is it okay, Mimi? Just a couple more minutes?
This is starting to sound like something that would actually be for the public, you know, this newly formed committee. And not really something for us to discuss.
No, it's not
tonight.
a management committee. Doesn't
It's
have.
a position that's getting lost is what's happening.
I know, but how does that tie into us right now in this meeting, right?
So
this agenda item, what we're trying to work through here.
So one consequence of amending the special act is that the select board no longer is tree warden, and tree warden gets appointed by the selectmen pursuant to the standard Mass General laws. According to Jay Tallerman, who has experience in modifying special acts, it's quite possible that the legislature will act as soon as June or July. So as soon as it acts, we don't have a tree warden. And the open question becomes, what replaces the Board of Selectmen as tree warden? This is something that, you know, we've been gathering data on. It's stalled. It's going to require some direction from the select board to staff. This is sort of
Mr. Litt, how is this in the planning board's purview?
It's only in your purview to the extent that you interact with the tree warden, and particularly with the scenic roads and the tree removals and the Tree City USA and all the rest of that. So you should at least know what's going on. Whether you want to stick your thumb on the scales or not, that's up to you.
I will, I'll just end it by saying, I had presented a scenic road policy some time ago to this board that I had said I would bring back. In that policy or guideline, the sentiment is that we would have someone in this town that would care for the trees that we have, and also, coordinate with DPW or even a deputy or designee about tree removal. So for me, there's a real direct link, because if we say we want somebody qualified to take a look at our trees, it's not clear to me what the path is any longer. If we intend to hire arborists, or this seems like a perfect opportunity that we might have a qualified tree warden in town. So I think it would be very interesting if anybody wanted to see what Tim has come up with. That I think the DPW, you've had discussions with DPW, but if it's outside of the board, that's okay. But I do wonder how we would interact with this person. So we should think about what we would like to see in that position.
Or just to add a little bit to that, it's not clear to me that it's necessarily a person, right? There is a role. There's actually an office of tree warden, and how it's to be filled is something I very carefully didn't put in either of these articles because it may change over time. And as you're hearing, it's kind of complicated. But, you know, it could be a contract. It could be something that's, you know, shared with other towns. It could be an employee of various sorts. And, you know, it needs to be sorted out, and the only urgency is we don't want to have a town that doesn't have a tree warden on July 1st.
But why would that happen?
Well,
I mean, so the select board is tree warden in name only. They have a designee that does all the work. So is there a thought that the designee wouldn't be appointed tree warden?
yes,
And that designee, so there's that thought?
there is that thought, and in fact, if it is arguable whether that designee has the qualifications to be tree warden. There are suggested qualifications from the tree warden and arborist professional group, and if you look in the legislature, there actually is a bill that would put those qualifications, you know, into state law.
But they're not there yet.
Not there yet.
In the designee, although doesn't have the certification or the education, certainly has the experience, and the suggestion is education or experience.
Well, I don't know how long I want to talk about this evening, but the short version is that we have been doing one part of the tree warden's job, and that's the job of getting rid of trees.
Oh, yeah, I understand that.
We've not done the other parts of the job that, you know, are planning, prevention,
Right.
and so on.
Well, at least we're doing one part with hearings as required by Mass General Law, which is a big step, which we weren't doing before. And that in the designee does hire an arborist.
So wait a sec, are we talking about any change in the process?
I don't think so,
So,
that's what I'm trying to understand.
It's getting kind of late.
Okay.
This is a little bit far afield, in my opinion.
So I think that this is something we can discuss in the future. Thank you. So we'll write a letter fast, I think, regarding the sunset. And I think if you want me to do it, I can pull from the letter that we wrote previous and just add that in.
Send it in and we'll format it up.
Okay.
It can be real short. I mean, it can be, you know, the planning board supports the articles as submitted without a sunset clause, period.
The next item on the agenda is Northborough Road, Chapter 61, parcels 71-1A and 71-6.
So just quickly, because this process turns around very quickly too. There's not a lot of time. So years ago, I think Freddie and Mimi, Lisa, I think was on it, and I and the prior Conservation Commission were finishing up on a Chapter 61 process that the town went through. And we have this spreadsheet that got all the way to finished draft, but then it stopped for various reasons. I think conservation agent changed, and we don't often get Chapter 61 properties offered up to the town. So we received this. It includes an offer letter and a copy of a P&S that was supplied on the terms. And we had several questions that were sent to Mark Purple and Andrew Dennington for the select board regarding the notice of first right of refusal, like has town council deemed this to be a bona fide offer? Do the conditions on the offer disqualify it from being a bona fide offer? What is the purchase price the town must match? Can the town exercise its right of first refusal and pay via a 3-year option in order to help promulgate, planning board's input on this. We haven't heard back yet, but it is town meeting preparation time, so I don't know. I'll revisit that and send a reminder if we can get answers to some of those things. I'm not sure what step now the planning board has, because according to the chart the draft chart that was created, a lot of this is in the hands of the select board.
Well, it goes to the select board, but they should, in the way every other town does it, is looks for input from all the stakeholders.
Correct.
And we have 120 days from the time we accept the offer. And so the first question is this the correct offer? It's like so many different things I've never seen. I don't know if it's a certified P&S, and town council needs to determine that. And if he deems it not to be, then the clock doesn't start ticking until we get the bona fide offer.
Right, right. And in the proposed process, it had once the select board gets the notice, that they would appoint a study group with representatives of each board: conservation, planning, open space, recreation, board of selectmen, and then they would be charged with, verifying relevant town entities, all the research that goes behind it to come up with a referral or a support letter or recommendation of some sort. So I don't know the next step.
Well, so this moves quickly, and I think another question for the select board is, are they going to appoint a study committee or a study group? And the offer has like a per acre price. Like, do we have to purchase the whole parcels, 2 of them, or can we just purchase a certain acreage of it? Because my thought is that, like, that's a great place for affordable housing. Like, if we could purchase a few acres and yeah, it's right by 495, right before the bridge. So it doesn't really have, I mean, there's one house there, but doesn't really have other abutters. And then, if the town hired or gave it to a community building organization, it would be all affordable.
Can I add something to that, Mimi?
Sure.
Mr. Hamilton has been very vocal about wanting to use the Affordable Housing Trust money that sat there. If you look at the purchase option in year 1, it's $250,000 an acre. So if there was any way that the town could negotiate to give up the right of the first refusal on all but 4 acres of that, it would be making an investment on more than potentially 1 unit. You would probably be looking at putting on 4 acres with some of these groups. You could probably be looking at 15 to 30 units potentially. So I think that would be a great investment in the money that we have in the affordable housing bucket. Obviously, SHOPC would hopefully be involved in that process, in that vetting process. But I think this is something that hopefully they're listening, that's something they're hopefully going to consider is, this is an opportunity versus, potentially purchasing one house, rehabbing it or whatever. You have the opportunity to actually do something on a much larger scale.
Just a question around, do we have like a valuation from a third party objective group that values the land?
That would be part of the process.
Okay. Because I mean, I think we've learned selling property that's undervalued might not be well worth it.
And if I can just add one more thing, Mimi. So I sat on the board the last time, I was on the select board the last time a 61A parcel came off, and that was Deerfoot. And I can tell you the board was divided whether or not to allow town meeting to make the decision. And I will just say in hindsight, I wish the board had done differently. Obviously, I voted to bring it to town meeting, but we're having all these discussions about 40B, and maybe had we excised a right that was available, we wouldn't even have to have these discussions today. So it's just something for the board, the select board, to consider as they look to the future, they look forward. And we heard tonight about, how the town can kind of get a handle on what goes in. So thank you.
Anyone else on the board?
Hi, Freddie Gillespie. Speaking as a citizen, because the Open Space Preservation Commission has not yet met to discuss this, and we don't have a meeting scheduled for till the 22nd, I think, is our next meeting. So I would say that because the 120 days the clock is ticking, maybe, that I personally would like to encourage whatever the planning board can do to help encourage moving this forward. The Open Space Preservation Commission in the past worked on that plan. I think it's unfortunate that it wasn't ever finalized, but it's a valid plan. It's built on other recommended accepted plans in other communities. We had the input of many departments in town at the time, and if maybe that's something you could, thank you, forward to the select board as maybe with that document that it came from, as well as our own version. We had, I believe, recreation, conservation, open space, planning, and maybe a selectman weighed in on it. We were pretty well rounded, and it just didn't hit the final because of different people leaving positions. It didn't hit the final check, approved. But I would send that, but I had a couple of questions to put forth also. I believe this is 2 parcels. So one question I have, and maybe it's for the assessor, is it 61? In the past, I ran into a situation where 2 separate parcels were enrolled in one Chapter 61. I'm not sure what the correct term is, but Chapter 61, you can enroll multiple parcels under the same umbrella. So if this is 2 separate parcels and 2 separate enrollments, then you have the option of looking at one and not the other. Or if it's all under the same umbrella, then it's all one. The other question that came up that
what's the impetus for that?
Well, so I'm just throwing out there, if you have a 10-acre and an 8-acre parcel, and they're both together, with Chapter 61, you match the sale price. You don't get to subdivide. The town doesn't get to say we want half, not the other.
Well, the PNS is per acre.
Is that in our packet?
Yeah.
Is it individually, or are they buying individual acres, or is that priced out?
So there's like a lease option.
So,
and then there's
okay. So let me just say the part of the 261s, however that comes out, I'm thinking that we're talking about whether you get to talk about both parcels or one, not the other. The per acre, that's a question for town council, which I have concerns that it doesn't seem like it's you get to match, that would mean you could match just buying 1 acre at a time. That doesn't seem like how this is normally done. And also Chapter 61, I believe the requirement is there can be no conditions. So it's a price for the whole parcel as is sort of the way I always understood it to be, not an option. I've never heard of a Chapter 61 right of first refusal on an option, but maybe then you get the right to have the option.
Which is why we asked town council.
But
Page 3 of what?
Notice of intent to sell.
So there's not one solid purchase price for the whole
So that's why we asked through Mark Purple those questions. Because according to the Mount Grace Conservation Trust 61A process book, so it requires a statement to sell, a statement of intent to sell or convert, so we got that. A statement of the proposed use of land, we got that. They want to do a solar panels on it. The location and acreage of the land as shown on a map. So it shows the whole thing, but it's unclear what property is being sold or converted.
Because I'm not sure you can just take a portion of it out per acre.
Correct.
But
that's
on
the
other
question
hand,
to town council.
Right. On the other hand, what Lisa suggested was if you can't necessarily or want the whole parcel, is there leverage for discussion on, you know, maybe, so it's not a, say it's not a perfect Chapter 61, but the town's not likely to be able to match a full bona fide Chapter 61. That comes back. Can you say, well, how about if we take some of it and not all of it? And take, you know, speaking as a citizen and not as an open space commissioner, you know, looking forward, because in the past I worked on that Deerfoot Road Chapter 61, and we were really looking to do some, it was a perfect parcel with open space, affordable housing, and historic preservation, you know, for CPA. And we advocated for doing the affordable housing, you know, and whether or not there's an open space component to this as a citizen of the town. I think coming up, this is what we have looked and realized for doing a meaningful town approved friendly 40B is how we call them, where you get one of these nonprofit building associations. We've had different conferences on, the CPC is not conferences, but had different workshops or presentations where, you know, you provide the land and some money, and then they come back and work with you, and you get some really meaningful at all levels of income, not just the 80% median income that the 40Bs are providing or that the town creates when they build them. And it seems like an opportunity here to find some land that maybe we could use for that purpose, which the 120-day clock ticking makes me nervous, though, because has it started ticking and you haven't got, sorry, I'm stuttering a little bit. You asked the question but didn't get an answer, and the clock's maybe ticking already? You know, it would be helpful to know sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Karina,
Yes.
so Exhibit A of this purchase agreement,
Exhibit A, is that the map?
it's the legal description of the property.
Oh, yeah. I got it right here. Mm-hmm.
So I'm just trying to kind of like decipher this in relation to what Freddie was just saying. Because it lists like a number of parcels.
So the way, my understanding is the way the Chapter 61 is created for that property, if I'm not misunderstanding Freddie, you can set it up on each individual parcel so that, or it covers both parcels, and it makes a difference on how you can break it up. Makes, you know, intuitively that makes sense. I'm not sure what this means. I think they're just seeing a portion of the following land and being expressly limited to the land of the aforementioned tax parcel of the effective of the state. So they're saying 4 parcels of land, 3 in Southborough, 1 in Marlborough. Describe 2 parcels in land situation in Marlborough. So these might be just historical background, because it looks like it goes from 1903 to 1915.
Right, I guess what I'm wondering is Leeward Renewable Energy buying all that land?
I think that's what they're offering up.
Okay,
Or leasing it.
Yeah,
total. Including everything in this legal description? Or is the 19 acres just what's in Southborough?
no, Southborough, one parcel, which is the map 71 lot 1-A is 10.76 acres. And the other one that's map 71 lot 6 is 8.760 acres in Southborough.
So that's like 19.
And there is a map, Jesse, in one of the paperworks that I gave you.
Oh.
On
Yeah, at the end
the
of your
second one, the one to your right, I believe it's to your right, it's the last page, is the actual map, if I'm not mistaken.
There's also one right in the offer letter. Yeah, that's it.
So is a purchase option agreement a purchase and sale agreement? Are they the same thing?
Well, it's conditional. I would imagine it's conditional on this going through this process. And
The town has a right.
I thought that's the whole point.
Oh, well, yeah, it would be conditioned, it would be conditioned.
Asked through right of first
They
refusal.
would, yeah, the town would have to forfeit its right of first refusal in order for this to go forward.
No, first you decide if it's a bona fide, non-conditional
Correct.
offer. And that's no conditions. If there's a condition, it's not the right of first refusal doesn't kick in because it has to be a non-conditioned purchase and sale agreement, not. I don't know if an option is that a condition?
Well,
It sounds
developers
like
do that all the time.
What?
I mean, developers do this kind of stuff all.
That's not 61. Chapter 61 has specific legal requirements that there can be no conditions on the purchase and sale, and the town gets to match that. It's not based on an assessor's value. You can match the purchase and sale on an unconditioned offer. We're not matching the conditions. I'm not a lawyer, so I could be wrong. I just don't know if an option is a purchase and sale without a condition, because it seems like it's an option to purchase, which kind of is a condition in my way of thinking, but again, not a realtor. It's not like it's chapter 61, right of first refusal, is not really the same thing as what other types of real estate deals can be, because you can make an option if it perks, or if I get so many units, or if this, if that. Those don't count for chapter 61.
And also between year month 1 and 48, the price changes for each year. It goes up $10,000 as well on the
I
option.
think you need a solid price that we're matching.
Right. Yeah,
And you
so
can't
those are
take
the,
it off in case they're going to buy it next year or the year after, the year after. That is.
So is what's in front of us to like make a recommendation to
Well-
I mean, this must be a select board's purview, right?
yeah.
So we need to.
So I would suggest that we formalize our questions, A, and whether this is a bona fide offer, and if the clock has started ticking. Ask whether they're going to appoint a study group, and if the whole board is in agreement, share our opinion that this would be a good site for affordable housing. Yes.
And or, conservation.
Investigate all uses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And whether we can pick and choose, because this seems to be like different price per acre depending on what year. So this option is very
Can I tell you
confusing.
my interpretation of this, which may be incorrect, but it would seem to me the seller is saying to this energy company, if we get through the 61A process unscathed, so to speak, then we have a deal. And I understand, Freddie, what you're saying, that that's somehow in violation, but I'm just telling you how it looks. So to me, it's like, okay, this is a fair question for the planning board to ask, you know, where are we with our 61A process and what is the town's interest in evaluating, splitting it, you know, doing one thing with one lot, like Freddie was saying, doing something with another.
Lisa proposed that.
Right.
I don't know that that's not typically how you do chapter 61, but where this is by acre, it may present other opportunities if is there a full dollar amount for the whole thing?
No,
And that's what you kind of need in a chapter
Right.
61 that
we don't know what we need to match.
Wouldn't it be
And-
by parcel though?
There's two parcels,
Yeah, so it's like,
I don't-
so the town
not necessarily.
could say, you know, we want parcel A, but not parcel B theoretically.
So that was my question about, is it one chapter 61, both parcels under the same umbrella, or are they enrolled separately? You can enroll multiple parcels into 61 and have it be the same chapter 61 enrollment. And then the town has to match it for the whole thing. And that's a way to prevent the town from saying, the town doesn't get to pick and choose, we want this portion, not that. It's the whole thing. But if both parcels were enrolled separately, then you have to have two separate options to match, which this doesn't seem to have.
No, just one.
But it doesn't seem to have one, doesn't seem to have either. So you want to know, is it two chapter 61 enrollments? Because there's reasons why a property owner would enroll it at two different times, especially if there's different family members that owned it or enrolled it, or if, you know, whatever reason they have.
Sorry.
So you want to find that out. And then, you know, if the full purchase price is more than you can afford, you know.
And Jesse, I would recommend too, that I don't know if Shopsy's meeting soon, but you may want to give Shopsy a heads up on this. I think this would be something they would be really interested in.
They're looking to meet the end of the month, like 28th.
Okay, so maybe Jesse, if you wouldn't mind sharing this with them, that would be great.
And when you worked on that,
Thank you.
the 21 Highland Committee, you did a deep dive on like the community housing builders. Tom Bisfield
true.
did a good presentation to the select board. And I think he said that they need to build at least 36 units or something, because they get all these, it's very confusing, all
True.
these federal and state tax breaks in
Yep.
order to.
Well, I'm not an attorney, but I did try and read this thing, and my take on the variable price per acre is that it's an incentive for early closing. So basically what that table is trying to say is, you know, if you close on this deal soon, you don't have to pay as much per acre, and if it drags out, it will cost more. So I think if you assume that the town could move faster than a developer, I think the math works out to something like $4.6 million, you know, for the whole property. And I agree with Freddie. It would be interesting to know if it was done, you know, in 61A by town or by lot or something, but I don't see that in at least my reading of it.
And if I could, my understanding of chapter 61, right of first refusal, is you don't get to match if you can close quickly. We have 120 days, and there's a set price, and that price either is or isn't, and the purchaser has to be ready to move on it right when we get the P&S. They can't be saying maybe this day, maybe early closing. It is a done deal that we're matching. We're not matching a maybe this year or this month. It is right now, they're agreeing to pay this amount, not contingent on these other things, which makes it it's not a solid offer for chapter 61A, the way I understand it, being not a lawyer.
And the other thing, I guess Marnie had asked about getting an independent appraisal, that doesn't really help in this case, because in theory, what you have is an offer to purchase, which must go through, you know, if the town refuses. So, I mean, but the only other thing I can think of is, you know, the town could buy the whole thing, subdivide it, and then sell off the part it didn't want. That's, you know, assuming that somehow miraculously we had the money or the bonding capacity and the will to do it. But I'm simple-minded. I'm an engineer, not a lawyer.
All right, anything else on this? So formalize questions to select board.
Yeah, just want to point out in the notice of intent to sell, it says chapter 61A liens with respect to the land, February 19th, Town of South Road dated recorded at the Worcester Registry of Deeds book, and it gives a book and page. I wonder if it describes there the 61A, if it's one parcel or if it's split. Book 6742, page 62. No, it's a deed. 6742, page 62.
Oh, I wonder if that's what's.
I think it just says a 61A lien. 6742, page 62. February 26, 1979.
Sorry. The Board of Assessors of the Town of Southborough, in compliance with Section 9, Chapter 61A, hereby states that the following named persons as owners of the hereby described properties that have been assessed and taxed under the provisions of 61. That's what the document is. I'm trying to go down. And it lists a bunch of Johnson property. And there's books and pages for the properties. I don't know. Wait a minute. 4835, page 61. Didn't they say it was Assessor's Map 71, lot 6?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go there.
And 1-A.
All right, let me go there. Deed.
Research on the fly.
All right. Let's see. I'm gonna go down. 2 parcels, and there was 2 parcels, 3 parcels, 5 parcels, 1 parcel, 1 parcel. This doesn't say specifically anything about 61A. It's just the deed itself. Might be, it was 245 acres as a whole and originally.
The assessor can tell you that really quickly tomorrow.
Yep. Oh.
Okay. All set with this? Let's move on. Planners report.
Wait.
Whoop.
Sorry. You were going to make a recommendation that if the planning board thought you should move forward, did you do that? Because
Yeah, we're going to write a letter to the select board formalizing our questions and our opinion that we should exercise our right for affordable housing and conservation or other values.
Okay.
Planners report. And that's not on the select board agenda for tomorrow. They're doing town meeting warrant articles.
Planners.
61's not on their meeting.
I'm just kidding.
Their agenda for tomorrow.
Okay. So they need it before, yeah. So they need it before tomorrow's meeting?
No,
No, okay.
it's not on their agenda.
Okay. Not on select board 2. Okay. We had a department head meeting this morning, and I just want to point out that town meeting warrant article presentations, if you have a presentation, needs to be to IT department by March 15th, 2024. I sent you the summary of the draft warrant article spreadsheet for reference.
So Colleen, maybe we can connect like in the next day or two. Mr. Litt had a very good recommendation about moving that bullet point.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe just a couple other tweaks based on tonight's feedback. Okay, I'll reach out for that so we can get that submitted to meet that March 15th deadline.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and then there was also the updated draft warrant dated February 9th, 2024, which is in the select board's packet for tomorrow for discussion. So tomorrow is also a joint meeting with advisory and the select board to discuss the budgets. And according to the treasurer, kind of the smaller budgets like planning, conservation, there doesn't seem to be any pushback on those at this point. I already sent a memo to accounting about that we want to continue to utilize the ARPA funds, which we tend to do for the planning department, planning board, you know, as we get closer in the spring, closer to the end of the fiscal year. They have to be under contract of some sort. I think it's before the end of 2024. However, the town wants to see some kind of progress or commitment for the money before the end of the fiscal year. So we're going to work on that. If anyone of the planning board members would like to, it's a hybrid meeting tomorrow, if they're going to be there, just to see if they question anything on the planning board budget, because I can't be there. So if anyone is attending, if you have any questions on the budget, it's very straightforward, and the ARPA stuff, let me know tomorrow. And just in case they ask a question, if anyone wants to kind of be there to listen. Some of you are probably already going to be there anyway, I would imagine, or listening through the meeting, through the Zoom meeting. So just an ask. But, you know, first thought was that it wasn't going to be a deal. Okay. We received an email from Andrew Dennington on last Friday, the February 9th, regarding the Heritage Park Stonewall and tree mitigation status, explaining that what Stonewall was built and a table of the trees. Thank you for the patience as you work to assemble this information. And I think if this satisfies the planning board as a response from the select board, relatively quasi-formal response.
Just a quick question. He indicates on all, it's new stone. What happened to the old stone?
Well, there's no telling, because they stockpiled it there for a while, and then stockpiles got moved around, and then stockpiles got added. So
we never kept track of the original historic wall, is basically.
I don't know.
So I guess that's a question for him. It says new stone wall, but I don't know if that necessarily means it's new stone.
Let me just see here. Ask Andrew Dennington if stone walls made of salvaged historic stones or not. Okay. New or old stones used. I'm gonna make my column.
Did you have a comment on that, Ms. Gillespie?
Yes, you're talking this is about the trees and the stone wall?
At the park.
At the park. And did you take a look at the trees that were planted? Because
Yeah.
I had a list of what was purchased and they weren't native straight species. I got that from the company that through DPW, through VHB, got the list from the company that purchased and planted the trees.
Was this before or after DPW director went to the site and counted and observed the species? I remember there was some correspondence, either you or someone had been talking to Bill Cundiff about what was there, and I thought he confirmed that that was satisfactory with you.
No, actually, that didn't happen. He sent an email with the list of what was purchased and what VHB then thought was acceptable or not acceptable. And then next to the 3 cultivar maples, October Glory, I think it was, nothing had been written because that had been on the original spec sheet to purchase. I don't know how, but it was. And
Let's see.
I had commented on that I had heard that Mark Purple at a planning board meeting had said they would be all native straight species. And I never heard back on any of my comments on which of the remaining species weren't acceptable and what they were going to do with the replacement.
So I think, Amy, did you meet with, you met going over a bunch of items, and one of the items was the cultivars proposed for St. Martin have been swapped out for native species in December, early December. There were a couple items, and you met with, oh no, this was at the select board meeting on December 5th.
I put that in my notes to everyone, so I never heard back that my indication, all of the paperwork I've seen indicate that the cultivars is what was purchased and what was planted.
So this list says that they got the straight red maple species instead of the cultivar.
Is that the list I had?
I can't tell you what you had. And then 2 white oaks, 3 white spruce, and 3 eastern redbud. So, although they don't have the Latin name on those.
I had thought I had sent you the list I had received. So if that's what you have, I don't have that list.
Well, this is what Andrew Dennington sent on Friday.
Okay. I'm unaware of that list. If it was swapped out, then you would have to.
So were there other cultivars for the trees other than the red maple?
No, it was just the red maple.
Yeah, so they're saying that they swapped those out.
Okay.
So we're good on that, no action required, other than
asking about the stones.
Okay. Ask about this way. Okay. Just to point out that the town meeting on March 23rd starts at 10 a.m. So we'll be setting up a planning board pre-meeting at 9. Okay. These aren't in order of priority, but I sent out, there was an MMA webinar for MBTA communities on February 26th from 12 to 1. If you wanted to, I sent that in your email.
I signed up for that.
Oh, good. Let's see here. I had received a question from the DPW regarding how to handle roads that may not have been recorded at the Registry of Deeds after they were accepted as public at a town meeting. And I said I kind of pushed back a little bit that usually if it got to that point, then those plans should be at town clerk, and they would be, there would be a hearing from the select board to make those. So I suggested that they reach out to town council to find out if we need to start the whole process over, or do they start from somewhere into the process? But it's a little bit beyond my purview at this point until they figure out what's needed. We're working on the on-call consultant RFP. It hasn't gone out yet because we're trying to do more of a short list than a broad-based advertisement in the Central Register. Melissa and I and Lara Davis met to determine, to just refine the RFP, but also who would be on the selection committee. And at the last meeting, I asked planning board member who would be interested. So we also invited Bill Cundiff, and he suggested that it's legal, it's proper, that instead of just advertising at Central Register and getting 50, 60, 70 proposals, that this town staff who are familiar with these select maybe 3 to 5, 7 firms and request from them. And it's a faster process, it's easier to procure, and it's legitimate. So we're waiting to hear from Bill Cundiff recommended it to Mark Purple. I'm waiting to hear from back from Mark Purple because they sign off on that contract.
Are any board members interested in being on the selection committee?
We still have time till the next meeting. It's going to be interviewing 3 firms probably. And then we have a matrix, a question set up to evaluate, and then we pick somebody, or we recommend somebody. So we still have a little time. It's still being deciphered. But if not, I can represent you. I just figured you want somebody.
Well, if nobody else wants to do it, I'll do it.
Maybe Mimi, which, okay.
That's strong.
Volunteered. Okay. I sent out an email, Debbie, you'd probably be interested in that. There was some discussion from the town of Shrewsbury or Westboro to regionalize EV stations.
Oh, that
right?
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's kind of a ongoing process.
Is that something we should respond to that we're interested in?
Right, that was gonna be my question. I saw some of the other towns responded, but did Southborough respond to
I didn't, because I wanted to see if you had any feedback that you wanted me to say.
Yeah, interested.
Yeah.
So we'd be interested. And I know that the town school department and other towns are regionally looking at buses, electric school buses.
I think Southborough's looking at that too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Late, so maybe I'm not speaking.
I can't even see. No, you're speaking. I'm not. It's not going through over here. Okay, I'm almost done. We'll send an email on that. Okay. Just real quick. I did update Bill Cundiff regarding Article 27 of the 2023 annual town meeting about the $30,000 set aside for tree inventory and things of that nature, which you had mentioned, and I was like, couldn't remember what were you talking about. And then I realized that's where it was, and so I called him and let him know that, and he was happy to hear that. And he was going to look into it.
And then he'll reach out to us because we'll look into it together, because
yes,
he needs planning board sign off to spend that money.
Yep, I told him, I suggested he read that article, and then we'll.
Can I ask that we put that on an agenda for a future topic? Tree inventory, and what our involvement is, and if any, is he looking for advice, or how he's going to pick someone? Tree inventory, is this for his GIS? Is this what this is for?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember urban forest management plan, tree inventory is like high up on the list as something you really need to get started. So I'm really excited about it, but typically it's part of a larger sort of thinking about things. And I'd like to know, like, is an arborist involved, or are they using some automated system? I've heard a bunch of different things about these.
Yeah, interns in the summer and things like that.
Interns.
It's a big project, so you would hire it out.
Okay. I happen to be speaking to Andrew Dennington, and he gave me a card from somebody that he met at MMA meeting, and
impressed by that.
oh, okay, then maybe that he thought it was automated. Maybe, I don't know. I didn't. He sent along the information, but I'm interested to find out, of course, about this. So maybe we can just put it on the agenda for the future.
Okay. With the chair's permission.
Sure.
Okay. Fire it up. All right. I'll get on that. I gotta talk to Bill a little bit more about it, see what his intent is.
Yeah, maybe he could come and talk to us.
Yeah, because it's kind of a two-sided thing.
That would be good at that agenda if he could come and,
Yeah,
we could have a.
invite Bill. It not two-sided, it's kind of a two-stage kind, two approach thing. There's what trees are to be saved or whatever, find out, and to avoid new tree plantings over infrastructure and under wires,
Yeah.
like where they should go and what trees in town are really focused on preserving, like this is a really high priority area versus et cetera, where they maybe. Right. I knew that was the wrong term. But both sides of the coin, removal and planting, the objectives are. We did get, for that, illegal tree removal, another letter went out certified, but it was the same letter, so you might need it on it. I think I mentioned that last time. Almost done here, and I think, unless I missed something.
So it went certified. So we requested 3 things. A letter sent certified, a date certain in which they had to respond, or they would be fined. So the same letter went certified.
All right, that's it. And now we have 2 sets of meeting minutes.
So the motion is to approve the minutes from the December 19th, 2023 meeting.
Second.
I have a motion, a second, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Stein, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
And the motion is to approve the meeting minutes from the January 29th, 2024 meeting.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Stein, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Stein, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
Thanks.